Good morning. To those who were here yesterday, committee members, welcome back. Before we get started this morning, a few notes. For attendees, we are here to listen to you. We want to hear from you. In order to do so, we must have an orderly and respectful process. And with the number of people we want to hear from today, just know that any distraction from that is going to take away from the time that we have to listen to you, and that is our sole purpose here today. So I'm going to ask that you please refrain from any outbursts or clapping. I know this is a passionate topic for everyone in this room, but just know that that's going to delay and interfere with our ability to hear you. And I would also ask that you refrain from side conversations, just out of respect for your fellow attendees, the speakers, and the committee room. For the record, everyone, regardless of your position on this issue, had an opportunity to submit testimony and appear before this committee. No one was excluded. And we do have written testimony from varying perspectives. So I want to be clear, for the record, no one was excluded from that process. For committee members, if you have questions, please write those down and keep track of those for the sake of time and for maximizing our ability to hear from the people today. We will follow up with those at a later date. So please keep track of those and we will get those answered, just not during committee time today. It was mentioned yesterday that the possibility of community colleges mandating vaccinations was a possibility. Just know that we received clarification that they are not at this time pursuing mandatory vaccinations. Conferees, you will have 3 minutes each. Please know that I'm not trying to suppress your time, but we want to make sure we hear as many people as possible. So when we do have, Dylan is going to be holding up a little card giving you a warning. I believe it's 1 minute, 30 seconds. But when you see the stop, when I see that, I'm going to ask that you please end your thought and we'll move on. So please be cognizant of that, just out of respect for everyone. With that, Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, after our meeting, and I had an opportunity to visit with some folks, I came across some rather disturbing news that I guess has been in the works now for a couple of months, and that is a decision by the governor and the secretary of KDHE to stop paying for testing sites. This is somewhat disturbing to me, especially the fact that we're getting ready to go into flu season, and flu symptoms are somewhat similar to COVID. So we're always asking ourselves, are we flu, are we COVID? What do we need to do? And in the Wichita area, Madam Chair, we've had the ability to have a couple of sites for free, quick response testing with the Wichita State University lab. One of the sites happens to be out there on the old Boeing plant, and Spirit Aero Systems happens to have a big chunk of that property now. And as we heard yesterday from one of the union folks and their membership, is that they're not happy with the mandates coming down, and I think they're not going to be any happier if they find out that they don't have access to free testing. With the vaccine mandates, religious and medical exemptions being allowed, families that have used that lab will not have that luxury anymore. Businesses that have been able to use that for their employees, from the 3-person business to the 20,000-person business. Even our schools will not have access to that testing availability. And most of the time, the Wichita State lab, your response came back within about 2 hours. So what I'm asking our staff here is to look into what is actually occurring on this front. I would like to see an accounting sent back to this committee, Madam Chair, of the funds available for testing. I believe all of that came through federal funding on different streams of funds for COVID. So an accounting of how that money has been spent from day one, who that money has been spent with, and why we are now telling some of our sites that there is no more funding available, that they have run out of money, because I don't believe that. So that would be my request, Madam Chair, for our staff to come back as soon as they can put something together. I don't expect it yesterday unless it's JG, then yes, I would. But no, I think that that's very important for us to have. So that's my request, Madam Chair.
Our staff is very good, so we'll see what they can do. Okay, first up, we have Senator Mark Steffen, followed by Representative Trevor Jacobs.
Honorable Senators and Representatives, thank you for allowing me to be here. Again, thank you for allowing me to be here. It's quite the opportunity, and I appreciate it. Again, the war at hand is the well-being of our nation, the soul of our nation. The battle is these vaccine mandates. And I'm going to quickly tell you a story of fear, greed, politics, and stupidity that weaved together perfectly over the last 18 months. I've been a medical doctor for 32 years. The first 30 years and 6 months went very smoothly. The last 18 months went off the rails. The first thing I saw was doctors, nurses, nurse anesthetists. I saw fear in their eyes. Because we went in this to help people. We went in this to be the best we could and help people as best possible. We did not go in this to sacrifice ourselves. People were scared. Doctors were scared. And that came out when medical associations started changing protocols on how, in my line of work, how you put people to sleep. And I didn't believe it at first, because the new recommended technique put patients at increased risks of injury and even death to apparently protect the physician and the providers a little bit more. That was the first slide down a very, very slippery slope. We then saw hospitals shuttered, closed. I had patients begging to get in to see me in my clinics, and they were not allowed to enter. They suffered. They suffered permanent disability in some situations. Again, born out of fear. But then greed crept in. It became profitable to take care of these patients. The vaccine began to develop. And if you have a vaccine where you can make billions, you can't have early treatment. And that's where politics start to creep in as well. And they crushed early treatment. They literally said to people, go home, get sicker. When you're near death, come to the hospital. Never in the history of medicine has anything been treated in that manner. So we just saw time after time of where we slipped further and further into this abyss of fear and greed, and ultimately into politics, where this virus was turned to blow up an election. And so, again, we've funded with millions of dollars here in the state of Kansas a propaganda campaign that runs on slogans such as, it's safe and effective. If you help me, I'll help you. I'll protect you, I'll protect me, so on and so forth. Just this blitzkrieg of a propaganda, pun intended there. So then we get, again, the war, 3 minutes doesn't do service to this. The war
Can you wrap up,
is
please, Dr.
the government overreach. Businesses don't have rights, individuals do. We have to protect our individual rights. Businesses are managed with laws like Consumer Protection Acts and such. Let's do the right thing, let's get back, and let's stop these vaccine mandates It works for other states. It will work for us.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Steffen. Audience, please again. Representative Trevor Jacobs, followed by Leanne Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Committee. Thank you, Committee, for this chance to stand before you all today as the District 4 State Representative to express our grievances and our opposition with the federal and state government's tyrannical overreach upon our private lives. This also is affecting me privately, personally, and my children. First, before I begin, I wish to quote Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence, and he said this: "There is no justification for taking away individuals' freedom in the guise of public safety." He also said, "When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty." Committee, this grieves my heart that I must stand before you and bear the soul of the brokenness and the questions on behalf of many people that wonder if this hearing is nothing but a political media short film entitled The Tale of Two Models, Comply or Die, or Live Free or Die. This tyranny by the federal and state governments has led to unwarranted and needless threats of the Kansas citizens. We, as the citizens of the free state of Kansas, are being forced to choose whether we will lose our jobs and our livelihoods if we will not comply with the federal government's overreach. This is a violation of our personal liberties given to us by God. When did communism become something that we the people are summoned to bow down to? When did we the people lose the right to reject an injection into our own bodies? When did the Chinese flu and the federal government trump the Constitution of the United States of America and the Kansas Bill of Rights? Whatever happened to the 10th Amendment and states' rights? Has it been forgotten that it's not the federal government that has made the states, but the other way around? It's the states that have made the federal government. When will the push for involuntary mandates of vaccines and face masks be enough for all these politicians? When will they uphold their oath of office to protect our liberties? Will we, the people, be forced to comply or die? When did standing for liberty become political divisiveness or dividing political parties? I thought the people of the state of Kansas elected their legislators to defend their rights, not take them away. What good is a political hearing if politicians refuse to listen to the pleas and the cries for justice from their constituents? Have not all state legislators already heard the cry of injustice from the people of Kansas? Why now, after many offenses and under the attack of the federal government, does the state sit idle to listen to the echoes of the horrors of the abuses that have been massed upon the people? Has there not already been solutions suggested, bills presented, and constitutional petitions given? What more is needed for the leadership of this state to stand up for we the people? How much hurt must be felt by the people before the government will stand and take action and defend our rights? I would like to know publicly how many on this committee have reached out to those legislators who signed the petition that requested for a special session that presents a safeguard and protection on behalf of the people from the tyranny and the overreach of this oppressive government. What timely, meaningful action will this committee do to the free people of Kansas are losing their jobs today, right now? I personally know for certain there has been public criticism and finger-pointing.
Representative, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
This issue today is the same as it has been always throughout all history, whether man shall be allowed to govern himself or be ruled by a small elite.
Representative, I ask again for the respect and consideration of everyone who is here to speak today, to please limit your time to 3 minutes. We want to hear from everyone, so please be respectful of that. I understand that everyone has a lot to say. 3 minutes isn't a lot of time, but we want to hear from as many people as possible. Next, we have Leanne Moore, followed by Amy Seipel.
Good morning. I'd like to testify today against the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. I served in the Kansas Air Guard for 21 years. I joined when I was 17 because I love my country and I love the state of Kansas. I retired in 2005, so it's been a while, but I don't get to collect my retirement check till I'm 60 because I was a traditional guardsman. But I love my community, so then I chose to serve the last 7 years with Via Christi Ascension Weight Management Program. And so my love for my state and for my community has always been about prevention. And how can I help the individual take care of their health? Because as we know, any disease, virus, flu, or anything, if you are a healthy individual, your likelihood of surviving is much more if you're healthy. So I approached my boss about 20 months ago and asked, what are we doing for prevention? Why are we only talking about what to do once they get in the hospital? Why can't we spend some money of this COVID money about helping people take care of their own health and being more personally responsible? My boss said, "What a great idea." Nothing happened. A couple weeks after that, I had a heated conversation with my boss's boss, and he told me that masks don't work, vaccines probably don't work, but it's all about the money, Leanne. It's not about your health or our community's health. This came from leadership of Ascension Via Christi. He also said that it wasn't a cross he was willing to die on. I said, well, it's a cross I'm willing to die on because this is my state and this is my community. So I will do everything in my power to make sure that the state of Kansas is told the truth and all the lies and propaganda can be pushed aside, that we as individuals do have some responsibility of how we can fight this COVID. So I will be losing my job. My last day at Ascension Via Christi will be November 11th, and so I'll have to find another way to serve my community and my country. So I make a promise, because my mom always told me, when there's a will, there's a way, and I've reached out to many state representatives in my district and throughout the state of Kansas, and most sent me a form letter, told me there was nothing they could do, or just told me to find a new job. Well, when there's a will, there is a way. And by golly, I will do everything in my power because I have the will, and I will find the way to make sure that our state of Kansas is protected and that we, the people, will take back our God-given rights and do the right thing. And I ask you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seipel. I do ask that the press please stay in behind. Thank you.
I serve the primary care needs as a geriatric nurse practitioner. I've been doing that for over 20 years, and I have never seen such suffering. It is true that COVID-19 entered every building that I serve, but we had a 90% cure rate because I engaged in early treatment. And keep in mind, the vast majority of my clients have at least 8 different diagnoses. Many are on hospice. But you know, there is a mandate that is causing a lot more death in our long-term care centers. Overnight, our residents lost all rights, and we shoved them into solitary confinement. Do you know what the leading cause of death is in older adults in long-term care? It's aspiration pneumonia. But if they eat every meal in their room, we do not see them choking, do we? But it wouldn't matter if we did, because we pushed speech therapy out of our buildings for months and refused swallow studies. The hazards of immobility are too numerous to mention. But we require people to have a bed-to-chair existence. I had some residents who were locked down, solitary confinement for 9 months, and the rest have been in and out of solitary confinement for the past 18. When my residents in long-term care fall and fracture a hip, which is going to occur with a bed-to-chair existence, half of them will be dead between 6 and 12 months. The literature shows this. And let me just say to you, do you know what the average life expectancy once you enter a nursing home is? It's 2 years. You would think that we would care about quality of care and freedom in the last few months of somebody's life, but evidently we do not. There was a study that came out in 2018 with the CDC, look it up, and it said that the risk of social isolation in seniors is greater than the combined risk of smoking, obesity, and a sedentary lifestyle. Plus, we increase the risk of dementia by 50%. And if you happen to have heart failure, you just quadrupled your death rate. But we did it anyway. People were denied basic access to service. I knew a lady who had an infected dental implant, couldn't go see the dentist, so she dislodged it with a butter knife. Another client on it, she was not allowed to go to her only child's funeral. Think about that. Your only child dies and you cannot go to their funeral? And you wonder why healthcare providers are leaving the scene? I don't know that I'm making a difference anymore. Does it matter that I diagnose diabetes or manage hypertension when my patients are going through such suffering? I did not sign up to work in a prison. But that's what you've turned our long-term care centers into. I beg you, I plead you, stop listening to the globalist. please stand for us. It is no mistake that you are in this position. God put you in such a time as this. Please stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seipel. Next, we have Mike Round, followed by Denise Oldland.
Good morning. My name is Mike Round, and I'd like to approach this from the perspective of how the hell did we get to where we are right now, from where we started last February. I look at the agencies involved and dealing with whether it's SARS, MERS, H5N1, H1N1, Ebola. There's so many so frequently. To me, they'd be great at what they do. They'd be great at identifying tests. But what did we see in practice? The WHO, when they were alerted that something was happening, did not tell us. When they did tell us, they said it's not person-to-person transmission. What did the CDC do? The CDC came out with a test that they knew was tainted. And nonetheless, they passed it on to get something out the door that set us back a significant period of time. What about the FDA? When they looked at something like ivermectin, they didn't say pro or con. They said we have no position on it, despite thousands of administrations of ivermectin around. So I'm not saying that ivermectin is good or bad. I'm saying there's an inconsistency between the behavior of these agencies and what they did and what we think they should do. So now given the agencies, now how do we test? They use a test that wasn't very successful in H1N1, and it has serious questions. We're going to amplify a sample. How many times do we amplify it? This was the cycle threshold in the viral load. What should it be? We set it at 42 in Kansas. It means many people are positive. That shouldn't, and we know this. The expectation to me was we work with the lab and testing labs and doctors to get it right. What did we see at the state level? They said nothing. They attempted to improve nothing. So what about the treatment protocol? Fauci did a study regarding Spanish flu 1918 and said most people didn't die of influenza, they died of pneumonia. We need to treat pneumonia. This is how we deal with pandemics going forward. So we have the pandemic. What did he treat it with antivirals? No, as the others have said. No treatment protocols in place. Just the opposite, in fact. They're very anti-treatment. Go home, they said, and wait to get sick. When we went to go home and get sick, what did we see? We stayed home. There was a lockdown, and we saw hundreds of thousands of people walking in the streets. Well, this is inconsistent. How can they be out walking, and that's safe, and we have to be locked down? The mechanism, the doctors themselves, they've seen that some things don't work. 6 feet apart, many people test positive. How can this be? They ignored same protocols throughout. So a few other points that you've got access to, I think. Bottom line is, we don't have to be where we are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Round. Appreciate you being here. Next, we have Denise Oldland, followed by James Compton. Welcome to the committee, Denise.
Thank you, Chairman Erickson and committee members. I appreciate you taking your time to consider how governmental policies in relation to the pandemic have negatively affected our population. And I'm talking about people from Wichita, Kansas City, and Manhattan, our family, our extended family, where we have self-employed service sector people and we have people from the transportation sector. The self-employed household lost a full month of income, surprise. After the shutdown with fear and mass mandates, her income level went down 70%. Now, as our inflation is extending, I don't see how she can pass on those costs to her customers so that she can keep a long-term client base. These are all because of government mandates. Our single, earliest 20 and retired individuals, they made more money on government subsidies. But did that result in a better life? No. They dealt with depression and new addictions because of isolation and government rules. Now we have a household in their 50s in the government, in the transportation sector who not only lost 2 months of income last year, but will probably lose their entire life of income because of vaccine mandates. And for people who don't have a religious belief, they're in the same boat. And they're people that just want choices. Governments should not mandate what they do. And going and finding a new job is not going to work because all of these, this income requires the same regulations. So what I'm trying to say is government interferences as well as rhetoric about this disease has made our society by and large afraid of each other and alienated support systems and lost all sense of personal tolerance and differing opinions. And it's been escalated by our governmental bodies, in our industries, and our healthcare, as well as our media. And it's been proven that morality and caring cannot be governed into a body of people. The actions that our government need to take in response to this have damaged a lot of our systems, but I believe that our state government should protect us from federal government overreach and state government overreach and leave federal requirements and money on the table. People can take care of themselves. Let each person have their personal choice and liberty. And this includes medical facilities, employers, schools, churches, everybody. The damage this disease has made on the United States health is imperceptible compared to the damage the government has inflicted upon its economy and quality of life for all individuals and communities.
Thank you, Ms. Oldland. Next, we have James Compton, followed by Laura Klingensmith. Welcome to the committee. James.
Thank you, ma'am. And thanks to the committee for allowing me to speak. My name is James Compton. I live in Franklin County. I work in Ottawa. I'm a K-State graduate and a U.S. Army veteran. I'll begin by telling you that I got the COVID-19 vaccine 2 months ago. After discussions with family, friends, my doctor, and my own research, I freely concluded that the risks posed by COVID outweighed the risks of the vaccines. And if anyone would ask me, I would suggest that they get vaccinated. However, the issue before us today is not whether the vaccines are safe and effective. The issue is whether the federal government and Joe Biden have the authority to order any person to get vaccinated or to order businesses to mandate it of their employees. The answer to that question comes from the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 7. Quote, "The Congress shall have the power to regulate commerce among the several states." It doesn't say the president. It says Congress. There's no room for interpretation here. Biden's vaccine mandate is unconstitutional and illegal, period. Resistance to vaccine mandates is being portrayed in the media as some right-wing QAnon conspiracy movement. Nothing can be further from the truth. Millions of people all over America have reasonable and valid concerns about the safety and efficacy of the vaccines. The Biden administration's complete disregard for their concerns amounts to nothing short of tyranny. Yet, as Americans have always done, people are making great sacrifices to preserve their liberty. As we speak, people are losing jobs and careers in the midst of some of the most uncertain economic times in our history. And they're doing that rather than allow the federal government to dictate to them. They're putting themselves on the line, and we need our elected officials to do the same with us. The founding philosophy of this republic is that the primary, indeed the sole purpose of government is to secure the liberty of the people. Without liberty, we may be healthy, prosperous serfs, but serfs we will still be. We need this body to make vaccine mandates illegal in the state of Kansas. And if you do that, you'll be putting yourselves on the line. You will endure savage attacks from the media, and there's no telling what the federal government will do to try to intimidate you. But that's what standing on principle looks like. The people of this state deserve elected representatives that will stand up for our liberties. We expect it. We demand it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Compton, and thank you for your service. Audience? Next, we have Laura Klingensmith, followed by Darwin Peterson. Welcome to the committee, Laura. Just a moment, please.
Do you want me to start over?
Can you please start over?
Okay. 19 months ago, your canned response to us when we came to you to unmask our faces was local elections matter. So we have fought back without your help for the past year and a half. You see, your absenteeism has been felt in our daily lives with our kids masked for a second year, and now we feel it with the terminate or vaccinate orders. We must decide if we want to give up our freedom in order to participate in a free society. Sadly, last session, you had the opportunity to participate in our lives by passing Senate Bill 212, 213, 308, and House Concurrent Resolution 5017, but yet you failed to bring these to a vote. In other words, you played politics with our lives. All you needed to do was point to the U.S. and the Kansas Constitution and state these mandates are in violation of our freedom. They violate our health freedom. They violate our personal liberties. Both Kansas State Statute 65116H and the 2019 Kansas Supreme Court Nazar-Hodes case already protect our personal autonomy. Our right to choose is already protected. Forcing someone to wear a mask or inject themselves with a vaccine they do not believe in goes against our inalienable rights, our right to think freely. So we are not here today because you have finally listened to our cries for help. No, we are here today because Biden has upset you with his mandates. From the beginning, this was never about testing our immune system. This is about testing our compliance, our submission, our tolerance. We have survived almost a year without a vaccine, and now we must comply in order to participate in society. So today, this can either be a dog and pony show, or you can, for once, stand by our side and put Kansans first. What will it take for you to protect our sovereign rights? For 19 months, you have remained silent about the overreach of our local governments and school boards, and that silence has been deafening. You told us local elections matter, and next week we will vote out those who do not support our freedoms. You cannot even get enough House and senators here for a special session, so perhaps our state elections matter as much as our local ones do. We have come here at your request to tell you we are against COVID mandates, but you already knew this. So will you now finally listen and protect our freedoms, or will you forever remain silent? Because in the end, united individually we speak, united we are heard, and today you are hearing all of our united voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Klingensmith. Audience. At the beginning of this legislative hearing, I asked for your cooperation out of respect for your fellow attendees, the speakers in this committee. I want to hear, this committee wants to hear your voice. But delaying by having this is a legislative hearing. I know you're passionate, and I don't want to, but if there's another outburst, I will clear the room and call conferees in one at a time. So please be respectful and no outbursts. Thank you. Darwin Peterson, followed by Debbie Detmer. Welcome to the committee, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, to be heard, and to hear my fellow Kansans. I've been a resident of Kansas since 1986. I'm not here today to beg or plead for my liberties to be respected. I am here to publicly affirm my constitutionally protected freedoms and my unalienable rights. No exemptions are required as per Amendments 1 and 4 protected under the Constitution, enshrining the freedom of religion and to be secure in my own private person. There is no verifiable science to back any of the overreaching governmental and business measures of masks, distancing, quarantining, or vaccines. Yet there is abundant evidence that COVID-19 is a globally coordinated, planned, and executed terrorist attack on humanity. The evidence is sufficient for international lawsuits in work against governments and corporations for crimes against humanity. There have been constant, powerful, coordinated attacks to discredit and silence tens of thousands of medical professionals worldwide who have provided safe, inexpensive, and effective treatments for COVID-19, as well as exposed the dangers of these injections. Many thousands have been healed quickly with these treatments, yet they are not widely used and available. This can and should be corrected in Kansas immediately. The lockdowns and public fears created by false narratives and misinformation have created powerful weakening forces of division among our society. What family, church, work group, or neighborhood has been untouched? More than a third of Kansas small businesses were deemed non-essential, and many will never reopen. Meanwhile, the world's mega-billionaires and their businesses were open, enjoying a near monopoly market, reaping massively increased profits during the same time period. While hardworking entrepreneurs were shut down, so were our churches, but abortion clinics were opened. No greater hypocrisy could be invented. Church attendance has dwindled in many cases, while others still attend online. Are we being asked to replace our faith in God with despondency while exercising faith in self-proclaimed experts and the wares of big business? The most egregious abuse of all are the attempts to force people to be injected with something against their will and without the required legal and rightful full disclosure of the contents, as well as the possible side effects of these contents, many of which are serious poisons. Since these injections are being administered under emergency use authorization, manufacturers are not required to disclose the contents. This means no one has been properly informed. This is a violation of the Hippocratic Oath and the Nuremberg Code. I call on all Kansas officials to courageously and passionately keep their oaths of office and defend the inalienable rights of the people of this great state. If you do, you will be supported by the people and Almighty God, for He is the author of liberty and the principles of just government.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next, we have Debbie Detmer, followed by Lynette Hendrickson. Welcome to the committee, Debbie.
Thank you for listening and the opportunity to be heard. Chairman Erickson and committee members, my name is Debbie Detmer from Shawnee, Kansas. I'm a grandmother of 8 and a retired registered nurse. And my question is, do you have to be vaccinated to keep your jobs? I'm against the government mandates of COVID-19 vaccines and masking of our children in schools. Stop the government and school overreach of a mask and mass vaccine mandates. I value liberty and freedoms and our constitutional rights, and the freedoms are being trampled on and ignored. Medical and religious exemptions are even being denied. Governor Kelly obliterated our economy and our personal lives with shutdowns. The Johnson County Commissioners then took control following the mandates and masking everyone. Still at this moment, without even the power to do so, have mandated children in schools to be masked. We need the mask mandates to stop completely. The mask does not work. If you can breathe, the virus can be transmitted. It is spread through airborne particles, not droplet transmission. I requested a CORA report from the Johnson County Health Department, and I asked for a United States of America scientific evidence research paper that had been peer-reviewed that concluded masks prevent the spread of COVID-19. They did not produce one because there is not one. The Shawnee Mission School Board members continue to mask our children in schools and silence the parents' voice by separating the comment portion of the meeting from the meeting itself, and still limits the people to come in to speak. The overreach and control and abuse of the power, they are denying free speech on top of everything else. We have a federal government now with the president abusing its powers and forcing business to mandate vaccinations for all employees. Kansas must stand up against this. There is no herd immunity through vaccination. The vaccinated can still get this virus. The vaccinated can still transmit this virus, and the vaccinated can still die from this virus. We need the freedom of body autonomy and freedom to make our own health choices like always before. We already have laws, make them work, and pass more to prevent these overreach of power. The FDA just approved vaccines for 5 to 11-year-olds. It's ridiculous. They have a 99.9973% survival rate. You don't take a vaccine to protect somebody else. You take a vaccine to protect yourself. Call for a special session now. This week, I was notified of a 17-year-old that had died within 2 weeks of this vaccination, and a 14-year-old that had committed suicide out here in Olathe. This has to stop. There are therapies out there that work. You need to get the access to the ivermectin and the hydrochloroquine and quit punishing our doctors that are standing up for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Detmer. Next, we have Lynette Hendrickson, followed by Grant Campbell. Welcome to the committee, Lynette.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lynette Hendrickson, and I have a passion for mandates and vaccines because I myself suffered a vaccine injury. I was not given informed consent. I was not given a chance to give a religious exemption, and I simply was told I had to do that to stay in school. It led me to my career in chiropractic, and I want to tell you, I am seeing very scary things in my practice. I am watching patients get myocarditis. I am hearing about patients dying within 2 weeks of vaccine. And what I want to say to you, with a mandate where there is risk, there must be choice. I want to talk a little bit about some of the risks. The shot is still an experiment. When they tried to do this over the last 15 years, it is a colossal failure. The animal studies caused death in every single one almost. They had massive cytokine storms and inflammation. I don't see how we can jump from that failure to giving this to humans. There's many controversial things in this vaccine. There's aborted fetal tissue. There's graphene oxide. There are things that cause the blood-brain barrier to be passed so that we have a possibility of neurodegenerative diseases. It has a high affinity for heart and lung and brain tissue. And I have to say, this is one of those things where you just have to go, why is this? I have watched people that have active, helpful treatments be suppressed and censored. I've watched people go into hospitals, get on ventilators, and take remdesivir and die of kidney failure. Remdesivir was a colossal failure. You have to understand another thing. There have been more vaccine reactions in the last 10 months to this COVID than there have all vaccines. We are approaching 20,000, and just by a report by Harvard, these are underreported by 99%, so that make that 2 million. And we're approaching 900,000 reactions. That's 90 million. This is ridiculous. When RSV was pulled off the market, it was because there were 22 deaths. H1N1, it was 26 deaths. Does this make any sense? It doesn't. And I have to tell you, one thing we're not talking about is how this vaccine damages your God-given immune system. It does. It's destroying macrophages, which detect bacteria or anything foreign. It's destroying the tumor suppressing factors. Cancer's risen 20%. There are babies dying within a couple days of being born to mothers that got vaccinated of pulmonary hemorrhage. We've got kids getting myocarditis. This is unacceptable, and we count on you because we can't count on our federal government or the three-letter agencies to protect us. We have to work at the local and state level because, again, where there is risk, there has to be choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrickson. Next, we have Grant Campbell, followed by Scott Huffman. Welcome to the committee, Grant.
Yes, thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak today. I've been a federal contractor for over 17 years, and on September 9th, Joe Biden declared war on 80 million Americans, as well as me. We were told, get the vaccine or else lose our jobs. So that executive order is now in our contract. So on December 8th, I have to get the vaccine or I will be terminated, unless I get an approved religious or medical accommodation. Some would ask, why don't you just pursue one of those? Well, I am, but I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to justify my faith or share my private medical history with my employer. The Constitution protects my rights, but we live in a lawless time. Some would say just get a different job. The problem is finding a position of equal pay and benefits who haven't already caved to those executive orders already. Speaking of unemployment, if I refuse the vaccine and my exemption is denied, I won't be entitled to unemployment benefits since I will be terminated for cause. I've heard from some of your peers that it costs $65,000 a day to hold a special session of the Kansas Legislature. That is worth every penny to protect Kansans' jobs. I've heard from some that even if we had a special session, there aren't enough votes to accomplish what we want. I, for one, would much rather have you try and fail than not try at all. That would be courageous. And we need courageous leadership during these unprecedented times. We need leaders who aren't afraid to fail and who are willing to go down swinging. We need leaders willing to fight tooth and nail for their constituents. I've heard from some that are unwilling to support legislation going against the business rights. Let me remind you, the Constitution protects individual rights, not business rights. A business, much like the federal government, has no rights over my body. So what do? Well, first, we need a special session of the Kansas Legislature now. My December 8th deadline is fast approaching. Many others are in the same boat or have already crossed that line. I know Senator Mark Steffen is working on a bill that would address much of this. That's a great place to start. We need legislation that protects Kansas employees from federal overreach and mandates. We need legislation that protects Kansans from businesses that continue to operate out of fear and continue to adhere to these mandates. You need those businesses to be held accountable for the adverse reactions that could come from those vaccines because you can't sue the vaccine manufacturers. There's still time to act, so please act fast. Our jobs depend upon it. Thank you for your time, and God bless America, at least what's left of it.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. Next, we have Scott Huffman, followed by Bob Talley. Welcome to the committee, Scott.
Thank you, Chairman Erickson and members of the committee. I'm from Quinter, Kansas. Jayhawk, lived in Lawrence most of my adult life, and it's a pleasure to speak to all of you. I have prayed individually for each of you that God would open your hearts and minds to hear truth and not to live in fear. Thank you for the work that you do on the behalf of us as Kansans. I'm here to ask you to please call your fellow peers and legislators to a special session to enact legislature, to write bills, to sponsor bills that would keep employers from mandating vaccines as part of employment. Please do the right thing, which is to uphold the Constitution that I believe everyone swore when they took office, which upholds our 14th Amendment rights of bodily autonomy, which I've taught my children means your body is your body. It protects you from unwanted sexual advances, protects me from unwanted sexual advances. My no means no, and that includes vaccines and needles. So I hope you will listen to truth. And I think Dr. Anthony Fauci spoke truth a couple of months ago when he was asked about the endpoint from the clinical trials. And he spoke truth. He said, you know what? The endpoint was not the transmission of the vaccines. That was not an endpoint. I beg you to look at the clinical trials yourselves. We talk about following the science. I'm not seeing that. I have the clinical trials. I love looking at N values, P values, inclusion and exclusion criteria, reading the endpoints, looking at the scatter plots, looking for statistical significance. What do the authors say hypotheses were generated? It's not rocket science. You don't have to be a PhD or a bench researcher to read a clinical trial. But Fauci said, Dr. Fauci said, that was not an endpoint. We didn't look at transmission. He said, if the vaccines prevent transmission, that would be wonderful, but we don't know that. Transmission of the virus was never an endpoint. Hospitalization, mortality, these were not endpoints. Therefore, if you don't build those into your clinical trials, you don't have any data. Without that data, no pharmaceutical manufacturer can support any claim that they do anything other than maybe lessen the symptoms. So to summarize, these vaccines do not prevent transmission. They don't stop the spread. They don't kill the virus. They don't stop hospitalization or mortality. And I'm telling you that 14th Amendment protects your rights. If you want to get vaccinated, I stand for your freedom to choose that. But don't tell me I have to. That is a tacit admission that your vaccine is not very effective. It's like telling me that if we're going to go swimming together, that I have to wear a life preserver so that you don't drown. Or that if we're walking in a rainstorm, I have to put up my umbrella so that you won't get wet. It's ludicrous. Stand for freedom. Stand for Kansas so that my wife and I don't have to go buy that property that we looked at in Florida. I beg you to do the right thing. Call your peers to special session and enact some legislature that'll protect us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Next, we have Bob Talley, followed by David Cancelada. Welcome to the committee, Bob.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be heard. Hopefully you are hearing us. You know, it's a sad day in the United States when citizens are having to stand in front of you and demand accountability of our government for throwing the Constitution in the trash and treading their swampy feet all over our God-given natural rights to bodily autonomy. You heard yesterday about EO 14042 regarding federal contractors, but there were a few things that you did not hear that I want to clarify. Nowhere in President Biden's EO do the words vaccine or mandate appear. The EO strictly states to issue safety protocols to promote economy and efficiency. The task force that issued these guidelines has assumed this authority to mandate the vaccine themselves. And the acting director of the Office of Management and Budget, Shalanda Young, an unconfirmed bureaucrat, approved it and published it in the Federal Register. I'd like to see this report that Shalanda Young reviewed that confirmed this mandate would promote economy and efficiency. Supposedly, this will reduce absenteeism and decrease labor costs. This will do nothing of the sort, and the labor shortages we're seeing across industries will impact every business associated with these contracts. Additionally, the loss of tax revenue and unemployment demand on the state will further burden the state. This will be a disaster. Continuing the disaster of this administration appears intent on propagating. And for those deciding to comply, you will be entering the largest human clinical trial in history. There's no FDA-approved vaccine available, so let's review. A bureaucratic task force mandated and the acting director of OMB approved that contractors must enroll their employees into the largest human vaccine clinical trial in history. Is this lawful? What other medical procedures or vaccine trials can they mandate? Will taking the vaccine prevent or lessen your risk of contracting COVID-19? Absolutely not. According to Public Health England, current case rates amongst vaccinated in England exceed those of the unvaccinated for anyone 30 and older. I'm not surprised. I personally was exposed to a COVID case in a vaccinated person who got it from a vaccinated wife. This was in a meeting where someone was late because he was taking his vaccinated mom to get tested, and she tested positive. She got it from her vaccinated niece. The CDC even tried to changing the definition of vaccinating to work out this inconvenience. Further, according to the same source in England, 81% of the deaths due to COVID are amongst the vaccinated. What's next? FDA just yesterday approved the Pfizer vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds. I will not participate in this experiment. What can you do? Reinforce parental rights amongst, including schools, and provide prominent labeling. What can you do? Reinforce parental rights, including within schools. Provide consumer protections of informed consent, and provide prominent labeling over the use of aborted fetal cells in all lines, product lines, including pharmaceuticals. Protect and promote early treatment. Define in law prophylactics and early treatment therapeutics. Or maybe we should just flip a giant middle finger to Washington.
Thank you,
and define
Mr. Talley.
unvaccinated as a protected class in discrimination
Appreciate your
law.
time.
There
Next,
are a lot
we
of
have-
things you can do. Please.
Thank you. Next, we have David Cancelada, followed by Camille Azar. Welcome to the committee, David.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. First, I just want to state that that I am a 25-year military veteran, and I've rolled up my sleeve countless of times, taken dozens of vaccines, so I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm also a physician and surgeon that have depended on vaccines to protect my patients, the most common ones being tetanus and the flu vaccine. Yet I now question the current COVID-19 vaccine. I do have concerns about it from a medical, scientific, and safety standpoint, and I include those in my written testimony. Yet I believe the most serious flaw concerning this vaccine is a moral flaw in its extensive use of aborted fetal cells in the testing development of the vaccine, as well as its continued use with each new batch that is produced of the vaccine. Ironically, as a Catholic, I'm already on the defense. Many have told me that since the Pope encourages vaccination, that is some type of mandate and that I have to accept it. This is absolutely false. But the Vatican has encouraged vaccination and state that it is morally justifiable to accept certain treatments if, quote, no other alternative is present, unquote. But the Pope has never issued a mandate to the Catholic body. And the reason for this is because Catholic bylaws that govern the entire church respects the individual freedom of conscience, especially concerning an issue that involves an ethical dilemma. Bishops from multiple dioceses, to include our own Kansas Diocese, Archbishop Newman, as well as entire bishop conferences, specifically the Colorado Conference, has been on the record for the support of freedom of conscience and against coercion. Coercion. Coercion is forcing someone to do something against their will or their conscience. And that's exactly what the intent of this mandate is to coerce people. Now, respecting freedom of conscience is a very wise law of the church and should also be for society. For if everyone is allowed to override their conscience, soon no one's going to have a conscience at all. Now, theologians have argued that it can be permissible to receive the vaccine if no other alternative is available. Yet an alternative to aborted fetal cells can be found in the umbilical cord of live births. These stem cells have been used and researched and for medical purposes for over 20 years, but the drug companies have not pursued further development of them for vaccine testing, simply because there is no profit to do so. There is no incentive for them to change if governments are paying them billions of dollars for their current vaccine platforms. So the rationalization of no other alternative in this current context is a facade that simply compromises principle for complacency, expediency, and profit. Yet with the increased lethality of the COVID virus compared to the influenza virus, there may not be a reasonable and timely alternative for a population that is most at risk, which is essentially the Medicare eligible and those immunocompromised. I believe these groups can be justified in receiving the vaccine for now. But for the rest of us at this time, the use of vaccines that depend on aborted fetal cells,
Next, we have Camille Azar, followed by Christopher Sin. Welcome to the committee, Camille.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Erickson and committee members. Thank you so much for allowing parents the opportunity to speak with you and to share our concerns. Please know that we as parents are concerned that the COVID vaccine is new enough that there is still no long-term safety data associated with it. We're concerned that the full list of ingredients has not yet been released, so of course we're not comfortable injecting something that we don't know what's in it into our children's body. We're concerned about injecting this vaccine into our children because our children are effectively at zero risk of harm from the COVID virus. But CDC data shows that a child is 107 times more likely to die from the vaccine than they are from getting the virus. We're concerned because the National Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS, shows that the COVID vaccine alone in its first 9 months has already caused more than twice the number of deaths of all other vaccines combined in the entire 31 years since VAERS was established. We're concerned because as parents, we know this vaccine has no chance of ending this pandemic. Some of the reasons for this include that the highly respected medical journal, The Lancet, reports that the absolute risk reduction of any of the COVID vaccines is 3% or less. Pfizer is less than 1% absolute risk reduction. The 95% efficacy reported in the news is the relative risk reduction. It has nothing to do with how much it will protect an individual, and it's intentionally misleading. So these vaccines will never end the pandemic. Also, scientists report that the one thing that will force a virus to mutate is vaccines. This is further highlighted by the fact that the countries with the highest vaccination rates also have the highest infection rates and the highest hospitalization rates. We want you to know that we as parents have dearly loved our Kansas schools, but many parents have enough concerns that they will choose to homeschool their children if vaccines are mandated in our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. R. Next, we have Christopher Sin, followed by Randall Anstat. Welcome to the committee, Christopher.
Thank you for your time today. Chairman Erickson and committee members, I am speaking to express my opposition against the vaccine mandate put forth by President Joe Biden. So let me ask you all, why do we bother with separation of power at all? I think it's simple. The Founding Fathers came to understand this truth. People are different. They have different spiritual beliefs, different risk tolerances. Most of us live in different worlds. We have different priorities. That is at the core of why separation of powers was such a revolutionary idea. No human or group is capable of setting the best course for everyone else. Today, instead of the states interpreting the collective will of their citizens through extensive debate and open challenges from the public, we just have a presidential executive order. Let me put this bluntly. The response to COVID-19 in the state of Kansas should be up to the Kansas legislative and executive branch, where we can hold you directly accountable for the outcomes of your decisions, good or bad. As for my own company, the major aerospace company I work for has stated that existing employees can put in medical or religious exemption requests. These may be accepted and they may not. From many of the other testimonies I've heard, it's very likely mine will be denied. Furthermore, my company has stated specifically in their frequently asked questions that they will not hire any unvaccinated people after about the middle of November. They do not say anything about allowing those people to apply for an exemption. That is direct hiring discrimination, point blank period, if you do not have a chance to make your case. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I had to cut a lot of this down. Furthermore, whether I am vaccinated or not, I will not support segregationists or stand by silently while they go down that dark road. As it stands, if Kansas does not act, you will be allowing companies to overwrite their employees as doctors, and you will be allowing them to dictate what religious beliefs are valid and which ones are not. The companies. When did we give them that right? Furthermore, looking at the OSHA requirements, they state specifically, OSHA, and this is from their website, OSHA does not wish to have the appearance of discouraging workers from receiving COVID-19 vaccination, and also does not wish to disincentivize employers' vaccination efforts. As a result, OSHA will not enforce 29 CFR 1904's recording requirements to require any employers to record worker side effects from COVID-19 vaccination at least through May 2022.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sin. Next, we have Randall Anstad, followed by Mary Ann Sauce.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Erickson and committee members. My name is Randall Anstad. I was born in Burlingame, Kansas. I've lived here most of my life, and I currently reside in Olathe. I'm also a defense contractor, and I have been for several years. Worked on avionics systems, weapons systems. I was an intelligence analyst, so I consider myself to at least be somewhat competent. And thank you again for letting me be here. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I've been vaccinated many times as I've served my country overseas, as I've gone into different war zones to work. It's required. I'm all for that. But a year ago, I had open heart surgery, actually just within 3 weeks of a year. And the U.S. government and everybody else right now is telling us we need to have this vaccine. Well, I advised my mother to get it, and I advised some other people to get it. But in August, I was specifically told by my cardiologist and my nephrologist, do not get the vaccine due to the fact you have enough inflammation in your body already. Under the President Biden's mandate, I am now required by my employer, who happens to be a federal contractor, as with the last gentleman, and because we work with federal contracts. If that doesn't work, they said it may be OSHA who pushes us. Maybe. We don't know. But as of October 20th, both of the physicians who told me do not get this vaccine now say, well, we can't tell you not to get a vaccine. I said, do I not get the vaccine? We're not allowed to tell you not to get the vaccine. So I was somewhat discouraged by this. I also happen to be an ordained minister. I thought, well, gee, maybe I will give myself a religious exemption, but that's probably not going to work. So I'm kind of stuck. I happen to be in a loophole right now with my current employer that helps me maybe not have to get the vaccine. So right now, where I'm in a quandary, my doctors can go against the government mandate and lose their jobs. I cannot get the vaccine, potentially, and lose my job. We are all coerced to do one way or the other. As our representatives, we just ask that you would be aware of these things. Again, I'm a Kansas resident. I ask that you would stand with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anstatt. And next we have Mary Ann Sauce. Apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Followed by Travis Spade. Welcome to the committee, Mary Ann.
Hi, thank you, and it's correct, Mary Ann Sauce. Thank you for having me here to speak. I'd like to say Kansas lawmakers must stop this mandates in our state. Mandates are tools of power and tyranny of the elite to skirt laws against simpletons. Privileges can be taken away, such as driving, but rights can never be taken away. The right to refuse anything in a person's body, such as an experimental shot, is an inalienable right given to us by our Creator and declared in the U.S. Constitution. FDA states that their guidance is not legally enforceable. The FDA, CDC, WHO, and others have never shown the isolated virus. I'm speaking as a retired nurse. The virus was never provided upon request. The CDC states that PCR tests are ineffective and have recalled the test. It's on their websites. PCR tests were overcalibrated, yet pharmacy clinics, hospitals, and businesses continue to use faulty PCRs, even in Kansas, leading to false results. Medical and nursing boards, universities, schools, and businesses have weaponized vaccines by mandates, which is against freedoms that are guaranteed by the United States Constitution. This is tyranny used for monetary gain, power, and control, such as in communist countries like China. Simply put, this is pure evil. Optimum is a company based in Overland Park, Kansas, is mandating the inoculation of the employees. Those who refuse are facing suspensions without pay for 30 days, and termination is likely. This is illegal, resulting in an abuse of power and tyranny by up to Mid-American Nazarene College is terrorizing nursing students in reference to mandated jobs at Children's Mercy Hospital, yet their employees don't have to be inoculated. Under the Nuremberg Code, the Foundation of Ethical Medicine, no one may be coerced to participate in a medical experiment. This is what this is. Mandates are a form of slavery, a tool of communism. Protect Kansas from this evil by banning the mandates. Protect our school children from this human experiment. Vaccine mandates will be the start of this sinister plan to annihilate humanity regarding the Great Asset Reset and Agenda 2030 by the United Nations. Pfizer states this is not an approved vaccine. Please ban all mandates. Thank you.
Next we have Travis Spade, followed by Erica Payne. Welcome to the committee, Travis. Is Travis here? Okay, next we have Erica Payne, followed by Louise Auerkamp. Erica? Oh. Okay, Louise Auerkamp. Louise? Welcome to the committee.
Hi. So I have to read it from my phone. Okay. My name is Louise Auerkamp. I live and work in Potawatomi County. My family owns a large manufacturing facility with over 400 employees. The Biden administration is trying to coerce us into coercing our employees to take a vaccine, which many do object to taking because it goes against their consciences. I also cannot in good conscience take it, both because of the known abortion connections and because of the unjustified health risks I would face in taking it. My religion forbids me from taking unjustified risks of serious injury, and I have assessed that the risks of these still experimental jabs outweigh the benefits to me. That is a judgment call only I can make for myself, and it is a judgment call I alone have the power to make, and I should be able to make it free from coercion. That is a judgment call only our employees can make for themselves, free from coercion also. It is morally wrong to force someone else to get an injection they do not wish, and it is correct to call it force when one threatens them with a job loss or fines unless they comply. We will not do that to our employees. It is truly evil that our government is doing this and slipping it through an OSHA emergency order, their ultimate workaround from congressional oversight. This vaccine mandate is simply impossible for Catholic employers who practice their faith seriously to comply with. Our faith is an integral part of our business and informs many of our decisions. So legally and morally, we cannot and will not penalize or fire any employee for their free choice not to be vaxxed. We should not be fined or incur costs based on our sincerely held religious beliefs either. COVID-19 or any other serious virus is not a workplace hazard. OSHA can't pretend COVID is a workplace hazard only when there are 100 people or more on the payroll, and yet not a hazard if there are only 99 on the books. A real hazard is a hazard if there is even one employee. This arbitrary 100 employee number alone proves the complete illegality of the forthcoming OSHA mandate. It is an admission that there is no true emergency hazard. It should be overturned on that basis alone. It seems that we are David going up against Goliath. I am asking if our state of Kansas will go to bat for us and for other Kansans. Will our state cave before the financial threats of the federal government to withhold Medicare funds? Or will it cave to the deep pockets of Big Pharma? Can we count on the state of Kansas not to be swayed by power or money? If not on the Democratic side, how about the Kansas GOP? Will you pass legislation that will aid our fight? How about our AG? He's not been out of session. I challenge AG Schmidt to actually sue the Biden administration for violating our civil rights and for violating the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Our AG and his team must do more than merely join with others in strongly worded statements. I hope he has already hired the best constitutional employment lawyers and is preparing for the fight of our lives. This isn't the regular annual flu shot.
Thank you so much. Being here, I will announce that last night, Attorney General Schmidt did file suit. Next, we have Brian Doom, followed by Philip Martin. Welcome to the committee, Brian.
A pilot.
Would you mind please starting over and start the time over, please? Thank you.
Ma'am. Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Brian Doom and a lifelong resident of the state of Kansas. I'm also a pilot in the 931st Air Refueling Wing stationed at McConnell Air Force Base. I have faithfully served my country and the Air Force for a combined 21 years. I'm currently a KC-46 instructor pilot with over 4,000 flight hours, 800 combat hours, and multiple combat deployments defending our great nation. To be clear, I'm providing this testimony as a private citizen and not as a representative of the Department of Defense nor the United States Air Force. I'm concerned that these mandates will negatively impact our national security and readiness and deplete the military of highly trained warriors with highly specialized skills, training, and experience. I'm concerned that for many military members, including myself, who have requested an exemption, we've been grounded and prohibited from performing these highly specialized skills, traveling to exercises where we can participate and hone those skills. I've been removed from the cockpit and grounded. I was declared non-mission ready for the first time in my 17-year Air Force career. And this is troubling at McConnell, home of the first main operating base for the KC-46. I spent the past 7 years learning how to operate the newest airplane in the Air Force inventory. I've traveled all over the world from islands in the Pacific to Miami, honing those skills, teaching the next generation of KC-46 pilots. Yet even with a limited number of instructor pilots, I've been grounded. I'm facing a potential discharge that will directly impact our readiness, particularly at McConnell, home of the largest KC-46 fleet. I'm also deeply troubled that the first Air Force policy regarding this mandate clearly stated that I would not be eligible to retire or separate without receiving the vaccine. In essence, even though I had over 21 good and honorable years, I was told I could not retire. My first thought was, what has become of this Air Force that I love so much, that I have sacrificed so much of my life for? I thought of the 330 plus days I've spent defending this great nation, away from my wife and 3 children. I thought of the 800 combat hours I've flown in unfriendly skies. And as I listened to this briefing, I felt sick to my stomach. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I did not opt to retire, nor do I intend to. I still have much to offer. My Air Force training has taught me to never surrender of my own free will. I will not surrender. I will not give up. I am an American airman. I am a warrior. I have answered my nation's call. My mission is to fly, fight, and win, and I intend to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Next, we have Philip Martin, followed by Paige Roberts, along with Brian Barton. Welcome to the committee, Philip.
Thank you. I'm going to do things a little bit different this morning, and I hope you can approve of that. I'm a representative of the security officers at Wolf Creek Nuclear. Under the Kansas statutes, my employer gives me the authority to use deadly force if someone attacks the plant. That's a pretty heavy thing, right? As a representative, similar to those of you in this room, you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. So did I. So let's say this half of the room agreed with the mandate, and this half of the room does not. What do? You have to represent your constituents, correct? But you still have an oath to uphold the Constitution. Their voice is in conflict with the Constitution. You have my testimony. I didn't get the email till late last night that said I needed to give a short summary. I asked that you submit my testimony to public record as it is. Just this morning, I realized who all on the Kansas Senate and the Kansas House signed the petition. And maybe it was updated. That was September 27th. We had 8 in favor of the petition on the Kansas Senate, and we had 11 in favor on the Kansas House. So I ask, who is my representative? Who is stepping in for me as an intermediary between the federal government and my employer? My employer is doing the right thing. I cannot speak for them, but they're doing the right thing by law under the EEOC of exemptions. But there's a lot of employers who are not. Maybe you can't step in and tell them what they can and cannot do, but you should be explaining to the American people in the state of Kansas that they have a right under the EEOC, as well as the Preservation of Religious Freedom Act, enacted by Governor Brownback, I believe. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring, will you?
Thank you for the opportunity, for reiterating that, yes, Testimony will be made public due to the volume of testimony that was received. They are working hard to get that uploaded in a timely manner, but yes, everyone's testimony will be made publicly available. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Paige Roberts and Brian Barton, followed by Angela Salmon. Paige and Brian. Okay, Angela Salmon, followed by Tom Salt.
Hi, my name is Angela Salmon, and I've been in Kansas for my whole life. My whole family's been here for generations. I want to talk about everything that's going on. COVID-19 is a disease that kills less than 0.5% of the people that get it if they're under the age of 65. COVID-19 can be and is spread by vaccinated people, which Dr. Walensky of the CDC clearly stated about 3 months ago. The vaccines do not stop the spread of the disease, and it only lessens symptoms in vaccinated people. And COVID vaccines have known side effects. Pfizer has myocarditis and pericarditis, both of which can cause permanent heart damage, listed on the patient and the provider info sheets. The Johnson & Johnson info sheet lists Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is paralysis, and thrombosis and thrombocytopenia, which is blood clotting issues. The VAERS has hundreds of thousands of adverse events reported to it already, in spite of whistleblowers coming forward saying hospitals are not reporting the injuries because it is too time-consuming, and they're told it's against the hospital protocol. My aunt was recently diagnosed with pericarditis and scar tissue on her heart caused by the Pfizer vaccine. My father has severe pain and now has to use a walker after he got the COVID vaccine. My aunt was told to file the report herself to the VAERS by her doctor because he did not have time to do it. So she filled out the report on the website several times, and when she pressed send report, it said report not sent, and all the data she had entered was gone. She eventually gave up, and no one reported my father's reactions either. When it comes to children, it makes zero sense to mandate an EUA product that has already caused so many deaths and injuries in adults. These vaccines should not be mandated to keep a job or to attend school when they do not prevent the spread of COVID-19. These vaccines have scientists warning that they may actually be harmful to our immune system due to pathogenic priming. The booster shots being offered today are not formulated for the variants at all, only for the original version of SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. The virus can easily mutate away from the spike protein the vaccines cover, and it will happen. And when it does, the naturally immune people will still have an immune system that recognizes other parts of the virus, but the vaccinated people will not. Please don't ignore the government overreach. OSHA should not be forcing employers to mandate biologics that can cause harms to the person getting the shot. That is coercion, and coercion is illegal.
Thank you, Ms. Salmon. Next, we have Tom Salt, followed by April Cromer.
Well, thank you, Chairman and committee members, for letting me be here today. I'm a resident of Olathe, Kansas, lived there for 6 years. I'm also the father of 6 children, all still living at home, and I'm the sole breadwinner in my family. I'm a healthy individual, and I will not be receiving a COVID-19 vaccine, both due to my moral convictions and my concerns over the safety of that vaccine. If I were to lose my job due to federal vaccine mandates, it would be difficult for someone in my field to find equivalent employment. I work as an engineer for a large engineering firm in the Kansas City area. One of our firm's competitors has already released a vaccine mandate, and our company is already feeling the effects. Our federal division is already starting to roll out vaccine requirements, and we're expecting vaccine requirements in all company divisions coming shortly. You have my written testimony, so I'm not going to state all that. I just wanted to focus on one point. All of the vaccines which are currently available are under emergency use authorization. There's only one vaccine which FDA has given full approval, which is called Comirnaty. The CDC has done a extensive job of trying to equate Comirnaty and the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. However, they are not the same. They are legally distinct vaccines. And guess what? Comirnaty is not even available. You cannot get it. So if an employer were to mandate a vaccine at this point, they are mandating a vaccine under emergency use authorization, which is by definition an experimental vaccine. So all of these mandates are mandating experimental vaccines upon their employees. There's far more at stake here than just saving our jobs and saving my job. Nothing about this mandate makes sense from a standpoint of safety and public health. A vaccine that does not stop infection or transmission. It was developed to address a previous strain of the virus. It wanes in efficacy after only a few months. It only makes sense if either A, you're so terrified of COVID-19 that you don't care whether or not vaccines hurt people or that really protect the population, or B, it's not really about public health, but rather about forcing everyone into a vaccine passport system. This is obviously not about herd immunity because the vaccine cannot provide herd immunity, not this vaccine. It's not about safety because these vaccines are hurting people, and the majority of our population is under little or no risk of this virus. What it does seem clear is that it is about terrifying people enough that they'll accept new means of control over every aspect of their lives. Do you want a job? Show me your papers. Do you want to fly? Show me your papers. Do you want to shop at the grocery store and feed your family? Show me your papers. Well, this is not a world I care to live in. I do not care to have my children grow up in. I'm here to fight that oppression. I'm here to fight it even if it costs me my job, and we need you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Next, we have April Cromer, followed by Patty Puricelli. Welcome to the committee, April.
Thank you, Chairman Erickson and committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is April Cromer, and I am a resident of Leavenworth County. I am absolutely against all government mandates related to COVID-19 measures, including forced vaccinations. I have a sidewalk ministry that I do down at Planned Parenthood in Overland Park. I pray and I minister to women who are seeking an abortion, but what I do is I not only offer them help with the family to adopt their children, but financial assistance and even try to find them a church body to walk them through their decision. But more importantly, I offer them Jesus Christ. In 2020, I had to wait several months before I could get knee surgery. Why? Because it was considered elective. Meanwhile, every time I would go down to Planned Parenthood, they were still performing abortions. Our governor allowed Planned Parenthood to continue to be open while my doctor had to tell me that I had to wait to get knee surgery, and I couldn't even walk. That's a problem. Our Supreme Court decision, one decision, allows women to murder their children under the guise and touting my body, my choice. But now this state is facing a vaccine mandate because of a so-called public health decision or public health crisis to save innocent lives. I don't need to give you COVID-19 related statistics. Every one of you have them. You know last year there were more abortions in this state than there were from COVID-related deaths. You have all that, it's public record. The same people that are yelling my body and my choice are the same people that are trying to tell me that I have to get a vaccine in my body. That's medical rape. That's what I like to call it, medical rape, a forced injection. Hundreds of others, including myself, are being denied medical care or could potentially be denied medical care if we don't comply with the draconian measures put forth with no logical explanation. I've had COVID. I have an autoimmune disease. I survived. I'm here. Why? Because God gave me a design in my body where I have protected immunity that's given from Him, not from a vaccine. As legislators, each one of you took an oath that you should be preserving our rights, our constitutional rights. Please don't be a human rights hypocrite. Please meet before January in a special session and stop whoring yourselves to political action committees and their lobbyists that are trying to tell you what laws you will listen to. I abjure this act of calling evil good and good evil. Please do the right thing. And one question, have you forfeited your soul to gain the whole world? Will you find your name in the Lamb's Book of Life? And one last question. Every one of us that are in this room have traveled a great deal to come and speak to you as your constituents. Please, please give us the common courtesy and not be on your phone. I've been sitting back there and I've been watching that. It's disrespectful. I know each one of you are important, but we're important too. We are the reason why you are sitting in those seats. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cromer. Appreciate that. I will make the statement that we are receiving information from our staff on our phones about certain information processes, so just please keep that in mind. Next, we have Patty Puricelli, followed by Lori Martin. Welcome to the committee, Patty.
Hi. Kansas residents are not free. I want to talk to you about a patient. They came to me, I'm not a physician, but it was just somebody I know. They came to me afraid for their health and their life. Why? Yep, they need to get the vaccine. You know, I hear, oh, it's just a shot, right? But it sounds so benign, but let's talk about what you're actually asking someone to do. A needle punctures my skin and enters my private body. Then fluid, a chemical compound, is injected into my private body. Now, it really shouldn't matter, but this particular patient that we're talking about has 2 doctor's notes advising her not to get that from prior adverse reactions and autoimmune disease. So why is she thinking about getting it? Because she's part of a Kansas medical program who has, quote, said, get it or it will be difficult for you to complete your clinicals. This Kansan is not free. This is coercion. So this is overreach by the executive branch, schools, businesses. Does a medical school or a business have a constitutional or legal right to control my private body? The U.S. Constitution tells me that I own my body. I'm going to paraphrase the preamble. We, the people, have the right to, quote, secure blessings of liberty for ourselves and our prosperity. Without control of my body, I am not free. It leaves me under the control of other entities. So why am I here? Listen up, this part's for you guys. I'm going to remind you the oath of office that you all took. You said, I do solemnly swear I will support the Constitution of the United States and Kansas and faithfully discharge the duties of senator or representative. We demand that you honor your oath. We, the people, are putting you on notice. You are failing to uphold your duties. You are obligated to act immediately to stop entities from violating the rights of our bodies. This house we're in is our house. We, the people, demand that if you cannot honor your oath, we ask you to resign. If you cannot honor your oath and do not resign, we will remove you from office because you serve at the will of those you govern. This patient, let's go back, for 9 months I've been scared to death that this patient is going to be forced to do this. And I'm asking you, and I'm here to protect this student because it's my daughter. She has the right to decide what goes in her body, and you are obligated to defend her right. I urge you to act immediately. We will hold you responsible. You must honor your oath and protect Kansas or resign.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Lori Martin, followed by Bill Bernard. Welcome to the committee, Lori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Erickson and committee members, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to this special committee on government overreach and the impact on COVID-19 mandates. But I also want to take a quick shout out and thank each one of these people that showed up today to give their time to speak. I've heard some great testimonies, and I hope it touches you as much as it has touched me. While the impacts of this mandate, I feel, are vast and many, and no doubt you have heard many opinions, both for and against, yesterday and today, my statements and opinions will be brief. My name is Lori Martin, and I am a lifelong Wichita resident and dedicated, and until September 9th, a valued employee for almost 37 years to the same company. Per President Biden's recent mandates on employers that work on government contracts, having over 100 employees, I now face the possibility of termination for no other reason that I do not wish to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Let me be clear, I am not anti-vax or anti-modern medical technologies, but it is between me and my God to determine when I will participate in such. You see, it is my sincerely held beliefs that preclude me from participating in experimental procedures, practices, and pharmaceuticals. Now, my continued employment rests on the fate of those that do not know me personally, and if my religious exemption form meets their requirement or not. I feel for those that must now become someone's judge, jury, and executioner by reading a few lines or even a few pages to determine their outcome. I hope that whomever reviews mine will be in a gracious mood that day. Even if my employment is allowed to continue to be granted a religious exemption, I must ask, where does this end? What are the limits to what we now must accept? Who is to say what the next disease or illness may be, whether man-made or not? And what type of hurried, rushed pharmaceutical concoction will we be required to take in order to protect our jobs, our families, and even our way of life? Throughout this pandemic, we have experienced a lot of things. We've seen new words enter our vernacular like social distancing for the greater good and vaccine passports. We've seen definitions of words like vaccine, safe and effective, or even fully vaccinated become redefined based on the whim of unelected bureaucrats, and we've watched as the goalposts to the end game continually move. Again, I ask, where does this all end? May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Next, we have Bill Barnard, followed by Joshua Sin. Welcome to the committee, Bill.
My name is Bill Barnard. I'm a retired professional engineer, and now I'm a small rancher in Cali County. Chairman Erickson and committee members, thanks to all of you for taking the time to serve on this very important committee. This might be one of the most important issues the Legislature of Kansas has ever tackled. My position on this issue is, I am adamantly opposed to any type of government mandate requiring anyone to receive a COVID shot. I am also opposed to any entity or organization mandating any type of shot, vaccine, medical treatment, or the wearing of masks for medical reasons. After many hours of research, reading medical reports, essays, articles by independent doctors, health analysts, and journalists, I have acquired many reasons for my position against medical mandates. How safe are the COVID shots? This is not a vaccine and does not meet any of the medical postulates to be classified as a vaccine. There is no independent industry safety monitoring system to my knowledge. Even the CDC FDA reporting system, VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, only reports about 5% of adverse effects. As of October 15th, 2021, which was last Friday, this report shows 17,128 deaths, 818,042 adverse reactions resulting from the COVID shots in the United States since the start of the shots about 9 months ago. This information alone should be enough to shut this program down, at least until safety trials can be properly performed. I personally know vaccinated people who have suffered serious adverse reactions to the COVID shot, and some have died. We know that big corporations, big pharma, and vaccine manufacturers have influenced their government and media involving the administering of vaccines, including the COVID-19 shot. The National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986, signed into law by President Reagan, eliminated potential financial liability from vaccine manufacturers as a result of adverse reactions caused by their vaccines. No liability for vaccine manufacturers. This is frightening. The shots do not prevent infection or transmission. Even the manufacturers have stated this. They claim to reduce symptoms and hospitalizations. However, now, most of the hospitalized COVID cases are patients who have received the shots. Some Kansas universities are now mandating vaccines for all employees. Previously, they tried to coerce students into getting vaccinated by offering money, prizes, and or lotteries on scholarships. These are institutions of higher learning. The least requirement of these shots should be informed consents. These shots, anyone offered these shots should be informed of the contents such as toxins including spike proteins, graphene oxide, and polyethylene glycol, and the possible side effects. In most cases, this is not done. Mandates, lack of informed consent, coercion to get vaccinated are all violations of the law, Constitution, and Nuremberg codes. This needs to stop. In conclusions, all of you colleagues, all of you are colleagues of the leaders of our communities and
Thank you
representatives
so much,
of Kansas.
Mr. Barnard. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Joshua Sin, followed by Jeremiah Johnson. Welcome to the committee, Joshua.
Thank you. Chairman Erickson and committee members, I am opposed to the vaccine mandates, not vaccines. Coercion of the people is the wrong approach and often leads to misunderstandings and, on rare occasion, conflict. I want to believe that people have the best of intentions, but everyone here can look throughout history and see where leaders set mandates, edicts, or laws that harm the people, some of which we have seen around the country recently. This is the red flag waving in our faces. The government does not believe that we, the people, are smart enough to make decisions for our own bodily autonomy. And so, day by day, it is increasingly more difficult to support the America that I grew up in. In my lifetime, America has changed, as well as this state that I was born and raised in. I do not feel like I belong here anymore. I increasingly feel stifled in both the professional and personal worlds. For Kansas to not stand up against the current tyranny of the federal government is to shirk their responsibility to their residents for either party line or cowardice. If this state allows these unfounded edicts to persist and violate our constitutional rights, then I will leave to a state that I will have freedom in. We all know what that means. If Kansas allows companies to discriminate based on whether their employees or prospects are vaccinated or not, Kansas will be complicit in the violation of civil, disability, and privacy rights. People who cannot get the vaccine based upon their health status, these people exist. I have personally met some. They have told me that even though their doctors recommend not getting the vaccine at this time, the companies they work for are threatening their careers and livelihoods if they do not get vaccines by an arbitrary deadline. How is that just? And let me be frank, nobody has the right to deny a religious exemption, even if the person submitting the exemption doesn't belong to a commonly recognized religious group. Most of us want to uplift minorities, to give opportunity. To quote a great American, Ayn Rand, the smallest minority on earth is the individual. Those who deny rights cannot claim to be defenders of minorities. Those who do not wish to be vaccinated based on their belief, even if it is theirs and theirs alone, should be exempt from having to get the vaccine. To deny this and to deny our most basic individual bodily autonomy is to promote the very authoritarian ideals our ancestors.
Please, your time has expired. Next, we have Jeremiah Johnson, followed by Michael Moore. Welcome to the committee, Jeremiah.
Good morning, and thanks for being here. I'm glad so many of my fellow Kansans are so well-informed and well-spoken. Basically, let's just get down to it. At the beginning of this pandemic, our legislature allowed Kelly to force masks, spreading fear and basically dividing the people. After you finally got the powers away from Kelly, you say, okay, now the school boards get to decide, enabling them to become the petty tyrants. Here we are, 20 months later, and my 7-year-old daughter is still forced to wear a mask 8 hours a day. Unsanitary, ridiculous. Why am I having to stand here and explain government overreach do you find people? What do you not get about the destruction of our state, of our country? What's it going to take? The economy is down the tubes. People are losing their jobs. And we're having to explain why we don't want our children to be raped by an unproven, untested experimental shot. If you can't figure it out on your own, or you're too busy to want to get into session and get ahead of this for once, why don't you all just resign? I thank you for the ones that are here, and I hope the rest of your colleagues will come to the aid of our children, if nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next, we have Michael Moore, followed by Kyle Johnson. Welcome to the committee, Michael.
Thank you. Chairman Erickson, committee members, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Moore. I'm a current resident of Shawnee, Kansas. I'm an international airline captain employed by the largest airline in the world. It's my duty to oversee the safe delivery of every person and parcel that boards my aircraft, and for 33 years I've meticulously done so. Today, I stand before you with a federal ultimatum over my head. My employer has been designated a government contractor and deemed subject to the administration's vaccination demands. I'm not opposed to vaccinations per se, but I'm not convinced the efficacy of these vaccines is greater than the 98% empirical survivability of the virus. I'm also not confident these vaccines have been adequately tested so to be completely safe. As such, I do not intend to take it, and under the administration's demands will be terminated. To date, I've been unable to find a medical professional who can tell me with any certainty why the outcome of this illness has such extreme variability. The same holds true with the vaccines. It's a well-known medical fact of pilot life that sitting long hours and the repeated changes in altitude induce a higher than normal propensity for blood clots in pilots. These vaccines are known to also cause blood clots. Even a slight adverse reaction to the vaccine would result in the loss of my FAA medical and my career. Under the terms of this mandate, there is no liability to my employer, the FAA, or the vaccine manufacturers for any such loss, and I'm forced to carry the very high burden of this risk solely upon myself. If you boarded my aircraft and I couldn't tell you with a high degree of certainty that our trip would end in success, you would instantly deplane and take the bus. Why then am I being forced to roll the dice here? This mandate represents a de facto nationalization of America's airline industry, and if the President has the authority today to dictate the operating policies of a private corporation over the objections of its CEO, what might he be inclined to take over tomorrow? This is exactly the scenario our founding fathers envisioned when they enshrined the bulk of power to the people and placed limits on the federal powers. They understood that the states, you, are far better at administering than a distant, omnipotent power. Today, I ask that you exercise these powers granted to you under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Kansas to stop this blatantly unconstitutional overreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Next, we have Kyle Johnson, followed by Nathan Graves. Welcome to the committee, Kyle.
Hi, I'm Kyle Johnson. I'm from Layloop, Kansas, Franklin County. I didn't want to be here. I don't want to be up here. I'm autistic, high-functioning autism. I don't like to be around people, but I got two children. I got an 8 and a 9-year-old. An 8-year-old just turned 8 yesterday. Unfortunately, due to these COVID restrictions and mandates, and I'm separated, and I live in Franklin County. My kids have half the time, but they share time up in Johnson County, Shawnee Mission School District. But the quarantine guidelines have restricted me from having my parenting time. Now, you may say, well, they cannot legally do that. Well, you tell me to go to court, because I've been trying to wait for a court hearing for almost 2 years to get my kids out of this situation. I watched their schools declining in their test scores. I watch them forced to put masks on. And do you understand with autism and people have sensory issues, nonverbal cues, where you have to see the other people's faces to know what the hell's going on? And I see people wearing the masks, and I apologize, but I feel like they're fools because they're not reading the literature. and they want to tell somebody else to put on the mask. But look at the CDC 2009 study for H1N1 in regards to the mask use, and it says even the N95s don't work that damn well, and other masks, cloth masks, well, you know what? They don't work at all and cause harm. They cause harm. Carbon monoxide, overheating of your brain. These studies are out there, but you know what? They're not proven. Well, is it proven that they don't cause harm? Because you know what? I'm an individual. I have individual rights. My children have individual rights. Don't put the mask on them. They're forced under duress to wear these masks at school. I've been trying to get them off. I tried to give them a mesh mask, one of these. You know what the school said? It doesn't follow our guidelines. You know what? It does follow their guidelines. They said, well, it has a valve. Now, does this have a valve? No, it doesn't have a valve. Well, then they added on their website that the holes, it can't have holes. Well, you know what? Every piece of cloth has holes. So let's look at some science here. The size of the hole. Tell me exactly what's too small and too big to wear that is appropriate, because you know what asphyxiation is? That's a real harm of putting something over somebody's mouth. People die from it. So you know what? There's one harm. I tried to get a pediatrician to talk to my kids about it. You know what? Their pediatrician won't take them. They won't even go into an appointment. And you know what? I can't go to a different pediatrician unless a court order. And, you know, I can't get a court order until January. I'm going to court in January to decide about my kids' education, which was, I tried to get a hearing when I started growing this beard. When I literally started growing this beard. Ridiculous. Do your jobs. Get off your ass.
Mr. Johnson, thank you. Next, we have Nathan Graves, followed by David Ball. Welcome to the committee, Nathan.
Thank you very much. Chairman Erickson and committee members, my name is Nathan Graves. I'm an aviation engineer in Wichita area. I've been there for about 16 years, currently employed at a company that's defined as a federal contractor, and as such, we've also been told to follow these federal mandates, which will result in being fired because I disagree with the mandate. At a political level, it's not religious exemptions that we're looking for. It's not any sort of exemptions, which the exemption by definition is saying the mandate is legitimate. The authority to issue it is legitimate when it's not. These exemptions are asking for a free pass, saying it's okay if you issue these things, we would just like you not to include us in this, when in fact it's wrong. The federal government, specifically the executive branch of the government, is not intended, should not write laws. That authority is reserved for the legislative branch, all of you. And we ask you to follow through with that, to restrict the executive branch for that purpose, that this must be the state coming up and saying, no, this is wrong at a basic political level, not as an exemption, not as a way of saying it's okay to do this, but please don't include us. And I've spoken with many fellow engineers and other professionals in many different industries, and they're being torn apart on the inside. I have written letters back and forth among friends. I'm not going to use their names, but they've confided that they feel like a whore because they've sold their soul in order to keep their job. And they get to keep their job, they get to keep their employment, they retain their benefits, and in the process, they've sold out their conscience. And these are individuals in the professional industry where they're being required to sign off on documents on aircraft saying this is right, this is good, this meets the requirements. And instead, those same individuals are now being asked to give up their that conscience, that moral right or wrong, like this, I'm not going to sign this is wrong. This will make an aircraft fall out of the sky. I will not participate in this. And then raise it up and say no. And instead, these same individuals are going to be fired for having a conscience, for standing up and saying this is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Next, we have David Ball, followed by Melissa Campbell. Welcome to the committee, David.
Good morning, Chairman Erickson and the committee members. Thank you for calling this special session, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Ball, and I live in Overland Park. I work for Kiewit, a company you may have already heard about. We're a large construction company. We're based in Omaha, Nebraska, but I am located in our Lenexa office. Now, I'm pretty sure my company's doing everything they can not to lose a large percentage of our staff and craft due to these mandates. But our leadership has told us that the deadline is December 8th. Exemption status and acceptance is not certain at this point. I've been building power lines across this country for over 12 years now, and I'm very proud of what I do. My job provides the means to take care of my family, and these federal mandates coming out of Washington threaten my career, and they threaten the well-being of my family. The government's tyrannical overreach to mandate a medical procedure threatens our rights, our liberty, and our pursuit of happiness. So my position today is against the federal vaccine mandate for COVID-19 and in favor of calling a special session of the Kansas Legislature to stop the government overreach. The fact is, though, the government, state and federal, has been at their criminal overreach for over a year and a half now. They've ordered lockdowns, mandated masks and quarantine and testing, decided if our businesses are essential or not. They've restricted hospitals and closed schools. Look how we have treated our elderly in assisted living facilities, the so-called greatest generation, isolated and left alone. Why? Because the government said so? What's next? Passports? They're coming after our kids, our lives? How far are they going to take this? Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I know I don't have to remind you of this, but these are facts, and these crimes have been committed under a false narrative and done for a profit. The evidence is mounting, but that's beyond the point. The point is, none of this should have ever happened in the first place. This is a constitutional issue. Now, I appreciate everything certain members of this committee and those like-minded members of the Kansas Legislature have done to this point, but it has to stop. The government does not possess the power or the authority to decide what is best for me, my family, or any American citizen. We have personal liberties in this country, and those are cemented in place by the Constitution. Now, I want to quote from the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted by men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Well, I'm ending the quote there because the government does not have the consent of the governed. Many in Washington have abandoned their oath of office.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Appreciate that so much. Before we recess for lunch, we will have Melissa Campbell. And while Melissa is coming to the microphone, I'd like to thank the audience for adjusting and for your decorum this morning. I appreciate that. Welcome to the committee, Melissa.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for hearing from Kansans who are facing incredible destruction from overreaching executive orders. I am against vaccine mandates. My family is fortunate to have my husband who works very hard for our family and our country for the last 17 years. Unfortunately, he's being discriminated against by the Biden administration. He came to the conclusion that the COVID-19 vaccine is not for him. Ordinarily, when someone offers you something with a possible adverse reaction of death, you would have the choice to say no. But in this case, my husband is likely to be fired for his personal health decision in December, just in time for Christmas. He submitted a 7-page religious exemption with some irrelevant questions. For example, have your minor children received any vaccines in the last 5 years? This is absolute overreach. If he answers yes, he's going to be denied his religious exemption and he's going to be fired. He will be ineligible for unemployment. And if he answers no, then our children could be subjected to your Kansas statutes, Chapter 65, 129B, which states that the public health officer or secretary may issue an order requiring a minor child to go to and remain in a place of isolation or quarantine until the local health officer or secretary determines that that child is no longer a threat. Now, by filling out religious exemptions, some Kansans will be giving out information that could separate their families if the courts think that the child is a threat. Because of your inaction and refusal to call a special session for the Patriot Freedom Bill, our family doesn't have protection. SB 159 doesn't cover most of the employed residents in this state. Your inaction has allowed our personal health information to be required to be displayed to keep employment. And even so, we still may not have a job by Christmas, and it isn't because of our unwillingness to show up to work. Plenty are on the couch continuing to receive our taxpayer dollars, while those who are willing to work can't even get a religious exemption despite of Title VII of the EEOC. Fauci waged war on those who don't want to get the vaccine, and many have died, and many will die because of this shot that has already killed over 18,000 people in the United States in 10 months. Stand up. I beg of you, protect us. Your inaction is hurting us deeply. We have teenagers in our house who need a lot of food and a lot of clothes, and we want to provide for their needs. We're not asking for luxury. We're asking you to stand up as our elected officials and work the already drafted Patriot Freedom Bill to protect us. Help us keep living. I'm deeply disturbed that the legislature so far has been so worried about their bills being squashed by leadership in the next session if they would dare to stand to sign on to support Kansans in a fight for our lives. Are you bought by the deep pockets and the idea of favor with leadership? Or are you serving the Kansans who elected you? The governor of Montana prohibits sharing your vaccine status with any company or government entity. Please do this. You can even resurrect SB 212 if you allow the Kansas chamber to manipulate you into overriding the constitutional and God-given liberty that we have as individuals. Then the businesses have nothing if they don't have free citizens. Please fight and protect us from federal overreach. Our livelihood and our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and appreciate everyone's testimony this morning. We are going to recess for lunch. We will hear everybody who has signed up to testify. So with that, we will reconvene at 1 o'clock committee. Same process for lunch as yesterday. Your lunch is available behind the room. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and the activities outside. Couple of quick announcements. Again, thank you for adjusting this morning and for the respectful, orderly testimony. We were able to listen and give our full attention to the conferees, and that is very much appreciated, and I would appreciate that continuing throughout the afternoon. We are running a little bit behind, and we want to get everyone heard and out of here in a timely manner. So those of you who are speaking today, if you could perhaps listen to the testimony before you. If there are unique aspects or personal stories you want to share, please prioritize those so we can hear those and hopefully cover everything, the whole range that everyone wants to say today. So we are going to start, and I'm going to make a blanket statement. If I butcher someone's name, I so apologize for that. We will start with John Wadke, followed by Susan Carey. Welcome to the committee, John.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today for this 3-minute challenge. Again, my name is John Woodkey. I'm a pharmacist. I was assistant director at St. Luke's Hospital for 3 years, 5 years in pharma industry and the medical information. I owned my own company for 11 years in medical information, and we contracted back to pharma companies. We sold the company, and I'm still working there as a consultant. I don't say that I'm smarter than anybody in this room. I'm not smarter than anybody here, but I do have some common sense. And since I thought I was going to be able to do some slides today, you're just going to have to imagine these beautiful slides on the screen right now. So, incidence of symptomatic COVID is very low. That's a key word, symptomatic COVID. In the U.S., there's been 40 million cases of asymptomatic and symptomatic COVID, 12% of the population. When you look at symptomatic COVID, looking at the Pfizer and Moderna studies of over 70,000 patients, less than 1% of them were symptomatic. The overall incidence of death is actually pretty low. Over 700,000 people is a big number, without a doubt. It's 0.2% of the population. However, we've learned a lot. The majority of the deaths included severe comorbidities, obesity, heart, lung disease, dialysis, and so forth. Average age is about 73 years of age, so people are getting kind of closer to the end of life. And we look at children, there's about 600 kids that have been stated to have died from COVID out of 73 million people. Key point here, CDC does not report whether those children died from COVID or with COVID, or if they had any pre-existing medical conditions. When you look at the survival rate by age group, I'm just going to highlight again, 0 to 19, the survival is 99.997%, which is statistically 100%. And then everybody else in between 70 is at 99 plus. And then you look at the group over 70, it's 94.5%. So it's a disease of the elderly and obese. When you look at the two studies that have been done from Pfizer and Moderna, the benefit of COVID vaccines in most people is minimal, since the incidence of symptomatic COVID is very low. Pfizer and Moderna did these studies. They're smart. They know how to do these studies. They want to show certain results that they want to present. Over 40,000, 30 seconds left? This was impossible. Many adverse events have been reported in the studies, but we have to count on the VAERS system to actually do that for us right now. Lots of issues with that. There's a new paper out with natural immunity. 91 publications in general showed natural immunity to be equal or more robust. Incidence of symptomatic COVID is extremely low for most people. Vaccine are not as effective as they generally believed. Serious adverse events are associated with the vaccine.
Thank you so much,
Should not be
Mr.
given to
Waukee.
children based on the data that's available. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will remind everyone that we do have the full extent of everyone's comments, and I encourage committee members to read over those, so please do not think that your full testimony is not being looked at from this committee. Thank you. Next, we have Susan Carey, followed by Jeffrey McCowan. Susan, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Erickson and committee members. In 1780, John Wesley, the founder of Methodism, stated, "Above all, sing spiritually, have an eye to God in every word you sing. Aim at pleasing Him more than yourself or any other creature." I'd like to thank Philip Martin for the opportunity to sing this morning. My name is Susan Carey. I am a mother of 3. I am, by choice, vaccinated, as is my 25-year-old daughter. My husband and my sons are not. They have no intention of getting the COVID shot from any manufacturer. My sons, aged 19 and 23, are in the group of young men who are being adversely affected by myocarditis and pericarditis. As of October 15th, 2021, the mRNA vaccine is responsible for at least 10,304 cases of myocarditis and pericarditis, as reported to VAERS COVID vaccine adverse events report. This is what we know. What I know, my sons are strong, healthy, young, and rarely sick. There's no reason for them to take a vaccine that has not been adequately tested. This can't have been adequately tested, as it has only been used with emergency authorization on the public for less than 12 months. These young men represent working-class Kansans who are in no jeopardy of dying from COVID. My sons, in fact, have both recovered from COVID respiratory virus in September of last month. They now have natural immunity. They are in jeopardy of losing their jobs and their health. Jabbing indiscriminately puts productive, contributing citizens of Lawrence, Douglas County, and Kansas in jeopardy. Do not vote for vaccine mandates. Please allow Kansas citizens their God-given liberties spelled out in the constitutions of both the United States and Kansas. I call for you to have a special session now. Keep vaccines from being mandated for employment. God bless Kansas and God bless America.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carey. Please, audience, we have, for those of you who are not here this morning, in order to stick to our timeline and have a respectful, orderly process and to be able to hear everyone, which is our purpose here today, outbursts or clapping, delay that. So I would ask that you please maintain decorum and refrain from clapping or any outbursts. Thank you. Jeffrey McCowan, welcome Jeffrey, followed by Festus Krebs.
My name is Mac McCowan. I'm a Leavenworth resident and 27-year veteran of the U.S. Army and Civil Service. I'm against all forms of government COVID mandates because it's antithetical to freedom. I can actually stand here today, look you all in the eye, and tell you I wouldn't even know COVID existed without the incessant fear-mongering from our media, elected officials, bureaucrats, and our medical administrative state. If anybody thinks this is a real pandemic, I wonder how much freedom we'll lose when we have a real one. Using my own county's health department numbers for the last 2 years, we've had 74 deaths out of 81,758 residents. That means 99.91% of us are still alive. I'm sure those 74 deaths would have even been lower if hospitals were not incentivized to treat COVID patients. We didn't use fraudulent PCR tests with inflated cycle thresholds, and doctors treated off-label with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. What this 2-year running number of 99.91% really means is that healthy adults and children are not at risk of death due to COVID. Essentially, the same people dying are the same people that die every year: the obese, the aged, the immunocompromised, and those with comorbidities. The American people are smart, and we have an innate sense of survivability. If masks and vaccines were the solution, Kansans would be lining up for them, and you would not have to use government coercion and propaganda to get us to do so. And now as we talk about forced injections into healthy children, you wake up an entire different crowd in our state. In Leavenworth County, over the last 2 years, we have not had one child under the age of 18 die from COVID. So if kids are not dying for COVID, why are we talking about forced inoculations with an experimental gene therapy especially one with so many side effects as annotated in VAERS and one with no long-term studies done. When I retired, all I wanted from my government was to keep my taxes low and leave me the hell alone. Last November 19th, my city commission pulled a sneaky maneuver to enforce a mask mandate on our community. There are many people like me that will not be forced by another man or woman to wear a mask. We will not be told how to run our businesses. We will not be told how to worship God, and we will not be told how close we can stand to one another. So, if you choose to come after our kids, you will ignite a passion not seen since 1776. The choice is up to you. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCowan. Next, we have Festus Krebs III, followed by Virginia Crossland. Welcome to the committee, Festus.
Madam Chair and distinguished committee members, I'm Dr. Festus Krebs, and I represent the Catholic Medical Association of Kansas City. My purpose is to show a way out of this medical disaster. 3 facts. Number 1, all COVID-19 vaccines have failed spectacularly in their goal of preventing the acquisition of COVID-19 infections and deaths. The more data we get over time, the more spectacular is the failure. This fact is no longer a question in the world of science. Number 2, all these vaccines cause huge numbers of severe injuries and deaths. In the last 10 months, the CDC's VAERS system has reported 52,000 severe injuries caused by vaccination alone. This vaccine also causes deaths, lots of deaths. Over the last 10 months, 8,000 deaths in the U.S. have been attributable directly to the vaccines alone. If you don't think that's a lot of deaths, for comparison, we lost 3,000 on 9/11. For the last 2 decades, we lost 7,000 servicemen and servicewomen in Afghanistan and Iraq. We lost 8,000 citizens in the last 10 months due to the vaccine alone. These vaccines are a really bad idea. Number 3, what does work in the treatment of COVID infection is early outpatient therapy. Most other countries in the world are using outpatient treatment algorithms which include multi-drug sequential therapy. Enormous studies with millions and millions of people have shown consistently that when these treatment algorithms are used, very few people get moderately to severely ill or get hospitalized or die due to COVID-19. These treatment regimens work. So here's the bottom line. Number 1, all COVID vaccines are a total failure at preventing COVID-19 infections and deaths. Number 2, all vaccines have been unquestionably shown to cause huge numbers of severe injuries and death. These vaccines are killing our own people at a rate almost 20 times higher than our troop losses in Afghanistan and Iraq. Now Biden wants to vaccinate our children. Number 3, early outpatient treatment does work. The question now becomes how to get rid of Biden's executive order of COVID vaccination mandates. I believe one way is to get rid of the mandates is for everyone in the U.S. to know that these vaccines are a terrible idea. This should force President Biden to rescind his executive order by popular demand. Everything hinges on the public knowing the truth. The data scientists and physicians can get the U.S. out of this mess by publishing and speaking the truth to the citizens of Kansas and the entire United States. Then it will be up to all of us, the citizens, to demand change before too many more people are unnecessarily killed or maimed by the vaccines. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I brought a number of the vaccine algorithms if anybody wants one of them.
Thank you, Dr. Krebs. Next, we have Virginia Crossland, followed by Carrie Wallace. Welcome to the committee, Virginia.
Good afternoon, committee. And first, thank you for your service today. I would like to yield my time to Dr. Carla Dean Graves.
Yes, hello. This is Dr. Carla Dean Graves, K-A-R-L-A-D-I-N-E, in case you did have a problem spelling it. I did for years. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come here to express my free speech right. Thank you. I've been a physician probably longer than many of you in this room have even been alive. And I have had the privilege of serving those who have suffered for a lifetime. And I want to thank you for this privilege. like I said. I want to tell you I am sick and tired of people telling me that we don't have science. I want science used. It's time we use science. We have these masks. These masks, they filter actually nothing less than 3 microns, ladies and gentlemen, nothing less. Do you know how big a coronavirus is? It's 0.125 micron. Ladies and gentlemen, put that in your fact book. Put that in your science book and listen to it. We would have, ladies and gentlemen, not had 700,000 deaths had we been allowed to treat patients like we were taught in school. Early treatments. When in heaven's name have we ever waited until someone couldn't breathe before we started treating them? This is ludicrous. It's ludicrous for our children as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to look at true science. We are not looking at science, and you better look. Because, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes on this committee, you're not always going to be sitting in those chairs. You will be a citizen just like everyone else in this area. You will at some time not have the authority that you have now, and you will have to live under the laws that you have made. Be careful how you make them, because you will be living them, as each and every one of us have to, and we must. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that you must do this, not for the state of Kansas and not for just this country. This is freedom for the world. May you exercise it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And I do believe, committee, that we do have her written testimony. Next, we have Carrie Wallace, followed by Sean Hield. Welcome to the committee, Carrie.
Thank you, Chairwoman and committee members. Good afternoon. What I've read about others' experiences and what I personally believe to be true has led me to change jobs, pull my children out of public school, and devote so much of my time to understanding as deeply as possible what the mandates could mean for our society and for rule of law in the United States of America. There are dire implications, I believe, for every patriotic American who trusts the U.S. Constitution to protect us in times such as this. But here I am saying that I feel naive for holding any assumptions that the Constitution matters at all. I am fully radicalized, if you will, against the unholy trifecta of big government, big pharma, and big media. Folks, I was a serious social liberal Democrat. I was. The upshot is that I may never again believe that those who approve of medical mandates care for the health of anyone affected by the mandates. Because what we face now is so patently absurd and unjust. I am paying attention, believe it, and I hope you are paying attention too. I believe that the current mandates are going to have a similar effect on millions of Americans and will completely derail the public trust forevermore in all vaccine programs, government entities, and corporations who stand to benefit massively from government mandates. As you consider whether these mandates encroach on personal and religious freedom, if you will, please consider what world awaits us all if the government is allowed to take away our rights so thoroughly as potentially ending our careers, if we resist being medicated by anything we are told to hold out our arms for or swallow. I call on you to implore the FDA to investigate and repeat experiments that have so transfixed those of us paying attention to the doctors who are speaking out and risking their own careers. Specifically, we have seen evidence of the initiation of clustering or microclotting of deoxygenated red blood cells in the blood of the vaccinated. We have learned that there is significant contamination of the Pfizer drug vaccine biologic, and while other governments are halting their vaccine programs, we are full steam ahead here. It's all terrifying. No one seems to know why the vaccines are failing or how long the boosters will have any protective effect. Many aspects of the motivations and goals of these injection mandates are cloaked in secrecy, I believe, because I cannot believe that these are interventions for our health. Without informed consent, these injections are assault. Now they are coming for the children. If you know these vaccines to be dangerous to the people and our rights, it is between you and God what you choose to do now. Please do the right thing for the people of Kansas.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Next, we have Sean Heald, followed by Renee Ward. Welcome to the committee, Sean.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Kansas, District 4. I've been in Spirit for 14 years, and there's major resistance to these mandates at all levels out there. We've had a rough 3 years between the max grounding and COVID causing layoffs and furloughs. The mandates are being cruelly enforced around the country with many unjust denials of exemptions as well as unemployment. The effects of this are going to ripple through the economy. This was sprung on us at the last minute, giving us little time to prepare. Most of us are not easily replaced. We already have supply chain issues. Do you guys think our supply chain or our economy can sustain another self-inflicted wound? We're being made to choose between our careers and our health, life, liberty, dignity, or even our soul. Whatever the reason, there's no more sacred right than self-ownership. How can we trust government to decide what must go into our bodies to qualify for civil rights? How long will these mandates last? Are the boosters going to be required? Those who welcome this mandate may recall a time when they did not so readily trust the president's actions. Fear and confusion are key components of psychological warfare. The CDC says 720,000 have died of COVID and downplays the fact that 95% of these deaths had an average of 4 comorbidities, while only 5% died of COVID alone. Survival rate is over 99%, yet hospital subsidies, inaccurate testing, statistical manipulation, and ever-shifting, often contradictory official narratives work to keep us confused and afraid. The same pressure applies to vaccine injuries and deaths. Those that happen after the first shot but before fully vaccinated status are classified as COVID. Whistleblowers have repeatedly exposed this pressure to not file VAERS reports, yet over 17,000 deaths and over 800,000 adverse events from COVID vaccines have been filed. That's far more than all other vaccines combined. Natural immunity has been well documented to be longer lasting and more protective against variants than vaccination, yet antibody testing is off the table. The vaccine suppression of symptoms can be done with diet and exercise, supplements like vitamin C and D3, quercetin, zinc, N-acetylcysteine, and early treatments with ivermectin and monoclonal antibodies. The research on all this is abundant. Despite the relentless propaganda from the corporate press and public health experts, many of us know about the attempted cover-up of gain-of-function research funding. The development of these vaccines was also subsidized and rushed through safety testing. Tax dollars shield these corporations from liability and buy the supposedly free shots, which have made nearly a dozen new big pharma billionaires. This is a transfer of wealth and largely caused the inflation, as 40% of all dollars were created last year. All of this incentivizes sacrificing public health for corporate profits. Around the world, millions of people march in open defiance of their government's attempts to starve them into submission. Increasingly brutal methods are used to suppress them. Human rights are under assault, and the U.S. is in the crosshairs. The vaccine passport is the crucial first step towards a social credit system. It must be resisted now, before Americans are backed into corners. We cannot allow such madness in a nation with hundreds of millions of firearms and the most powerful military in history. An armed society must be a polite society. Help us resist this medical apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heald. And next we have Renee, spelled the right way, Ward, followed by Rob Hodgkinson. Welcome to the committee, Renee.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you for everybody for being here and everybody who got this organized. I apologize, a little congested. I was under the weather when I found out about this 3 days ago. I knew about the rally going on outside prior, but just the speaking, I just was told about 3 days ago, the speaking opportunity. My name is Renee Ward. I've been a licensed nurse through the Kansas State Board of Nursing for 26 years. LPN and RN combined. I'm 46 years of age, therefore I've practiced nursing since the age of 20. I'm against these mandates not just due to the unconstitutional nature of them, more so because of the continued harm I'm hearing of being perpetuated by these vaccines. These vaccines are not vaccines, they are gene therapy. Just this past weekend alone, a person I know of, 51 years of age, was hospitalized with suspected stroke signs, possible TIA. For those of you unaware, TIA stands for transient ischemic attack, which is a precursor to a stroke, which killed my own mother at 62 years of age in June of 1998. Secondly, this past weekend, I was informed by an acquaintance that their spouse's extended family member was 6 years in remission on their cancer. This cancer patient had told various people they would not take the COVID vaccine. This person was offered $400 to take the vaccine while away at college, so they did. This person, aged in their 20s, cancer has returned. Last weekend at this time, they were inpatient at Children's Mercy Hospital. Third, I was told by another acquaintance that they were at a vaccination clinic and witnessed a person going into seizures post-vaccination at the clinic, which was held for school staff in a county near Shawnee County. Fourth, another acquaintance who has a history of heart problems just had got back into the hospital this past week. I'm sure this person's fully vaccinated like the other 3 individuals, and they had open heart surgery this past week here in a Topeka hospital. Then there's a post on social media. I just came from the ER and the docs cannot figure out what is wrong with me, to which I, being unvaccinated, am not sure how to respond to these posts. Do I cry? Smile, cry, mad face, sad face, what do I do? I have a friend working in the hospice setting who has seen firsthand the rise in strokes and heart attacks resulting from this gene therapy. I've also been on the front lines for the Shawnee County Health Department working in their COVID testing. I have worked the mass vaccine clinics January, February, March of this year at Ag Hall at the Kansas Expo Center, Stormont Vale Event Center. How many people have I personally harmed? How many spontaneous abortions have I caused by giving this vaccine to people? I have been denied a medical exemption on July 30th of this year for a provider who's well aware of my history of anaphylaxis to something as basic as Metamucil psyllium fiber, only to walk through my girlfriend's house, a friend from RN school, later find out that everybody in that house had tested positive for Delta. I did not get it. Why did I not get it? I took quercetin, which is part of the frontline doctor's protocol, for about 5 days. I have been dismissed 2 weeks ago, yesterday, from my job as a Shawnee nurse with Shawnee County Health Department. Thank you for
Ms.
listening.
Ward.
God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Appreciate that. Next, we have Rob Hodgkinson, followed by Cody Foster. Welcome to the committee, Rob.
Before I start, I'd like to identify myself. My name is Al Terwelp, and I'm the state political director speaking on behalf of the chairman and the party. The Libertarian Party of Kansas holds the non-aggression principle and the property rights of all individuals. No government has the authority to interfere with a person's bodily autonomy, their freedom of movement, voluntary commerce, business, and freedom of association. We have opposed shutting down the economy, the concept of essentials versus non-essential businesses, mask mandates, and stimulus packages. We now oppose the unlawful vaccine mandates. This must be the line in the sand. We have seen nothing but avidity to segregate, discriminate, violate, and punish on all levels of government. The 10th Amendment easily tells us that the President's executive order is blatantly unconstitutional, nor does the Constitution's expressed and delegated powers give the President this authority. Our President is operating on assumed powers. That is an absolute usurpation. Assumed powers are open-ended, and that they lead to all kinds of stretching misinterpretations and misapplications of our nation's best laws. We believe everyone has the right to make their own healthcare choices. It is immoral and unethical that vaccine mandates should be a ransom for our freedoms, or the exchange of our ability to provide for our families, or to have access to participation in society. There are no risk-free choices available to anyone. And like life before the pandemic, every day is a day with assumed risks. Kansans are not obligated to concede to collective judgments. Thus, this is not a societal, but a personal pandemic. The threat of government-forced vaccinations end when we choose to turn our backs and refuse to recognize any president as having this authority. Libertarians also believe that this ends when we decide to reestablish the principles on which our government ought to be and were originally erected. For those whose opinions differ, we would suggest that you think about the precedent that is being set here. This mandate is equally about future vaccine mandates, and that this will be used to eliminate all future legal recourse. Forced COVID inoculations will become intergenerational. Think about it in the words of Thomas Paine. He that would make his own liberty secure must guard even his enemy from opposition. The Libertarian Party of Kansas supports future action by the Kansas Attorney General to fight this vaccine mandate. We request the crafting of legislation that will wholly reject all federal healthcare mandates while protecting the rights and freedoms of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Cody Foster, followed by Linda Weinmaster. Welcome to the committee, Cody.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Cody Foster. I'm a journeyman lineman at Overreach. I'm a union steward for IBW Local 304, a firefighter, and a first responder for the Inman Volunteer Fire Department, and a proud husband of a registered nurse who is a mother of my 2 young boys. We are against the government COVID-19 vaccine mandate. I apologize, I didn't bring you a page full of sources, but instead let me give you some facts. During the last 2 years, we did not have the option to stay home and hide in my basement. I woke up every morning, I strapped on my boots, and I went to work to keep the lights on and my community safe. But now I can be discarded because I'm dirty, unvaccinated, and dangerous. This story is true for nurses, police officers, firefighters, factory workers, generation operators, truck drivers, teachers, and countless other essential workers all over this country who work these front lines and were once deemed heroes. Now these same workers are being told it's not good enough. It's unethical for one person to demand another to choose between his livelihood and their right to dictate what is put in their body. This country is wrongfully being categorized into 2 groups, the vaxxed and the anti-vaxxers. I would venture to say that the vast majority of the people attending today, vaxxed or not, just want each other to have the ability to make the best informed decisions, what's best for themselves and their families. No matter what that choice is, I believe we support each other's freedom to choose. I've never called a representative before 3 weeks ago, but now when I do, I might get an answering machine. The governor doesn't even have an answering machine, or by some grace of God, I get an intern who tells me that her boss understands and is doing all that they can. Well, guess what? I'm not convinced. I'm running out of time. November 24th is my deadline. You want to know what's going on in the real world? Come talk to me. I won't hold back. I won't even bring up natural immunity or the suppression of therapeutics proven to work. No one wants to talk about things like that because there's no profit in something that already exists. Just this week, we witnessed the FDA approval for emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine for children 5 to 11 years old. This is just a stepping stone to require the vaccine be taken before students can attend school next year. Forced vaccination of an age group that shows minimal to 0 risk factors is absurd. You need 101 members to call an emergency session. Give me some names. I'll knock on doors with you. Hell, I'll drive the bus. We need you to stand behind us and pass legislation to block the infringement of our personal freedoms. If we allow this to continue, there will be no stopping further government overreach. We must resurrect common sense and also respect those to whom have a difference of opinion. That is their right, and we must support their freedom to decide what is best for them. I'm calling on this committee, our representatives, and our governor to stop this tyranny. In solidarity, your blue-collar Americans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Next, we have Linda Weinmaster, followed by Julia Giesling. Welcome to the committee, Linda.
Good afternoon. Thank you for holding this hearing on day 597 to flatten the curve. I am here because my medical nightmare began in 1986 with the loss of my first child. My husband and I have been married 40 years and have 3 adult sons, 1 with severe vaccine injuries, and 3 grandchildren. On my 28th birthday, I lost our first child at 14 weeks after a shot. I'm Rh negative and require RhoGAM to compensate for my Rh negative blood type. That RhoGAM contained mercury. I went on and had 2 other children, had the shot the day after they were born, but with my youngest child, I had the shot during my 28th week of pregnancy, which damaged him for life. He will be 30 in November. He stands 6'5", about 265, and it's like a 4-year-old. Sorry. I knew I shouldn't talk about him. He was diagnosed with metabolic encephalopathy caused by heavy metals, secondary to immunizations, combined with a genetic deficiency of glutathione. He lives at home with my husband and I and requires 24/7 supervision. We went through genetic testing in 2005 to try to understand why I was diagnosed with MS in '93. Our family is homozygous for methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase. We can excrete metals or other toxins found in vaccines. The geneticist told my older sons they were one shot away from being their brother. So we come to COVID. Because of our family history, we are paralyzed by the thought of mandated shots. Our genetics loaded the gun. Our older two sons are LEOs here in Kansas. They were the heroes who worked through the pandemic, the entire lockdown. To stay employed now without a shot, they're required to do weekly tests. I'm sorry, that's all I have left. Can you get my cry in there? Sorry, I just lost my spot. Oh, there's weekly tests and required to wear masks. Our family had COVID. We treated it with hydroxychloroquine. We have 3 grandkids that were denied health care. The 4-year-old's fine. He should be in preschool. The 3-year-old has hearing problems, undiagnosed because of missed well checks. And the 1.5-year-old granddaughter does not know any time under COVID mandate. I don't know how much more my family can give, but I'm thinking maybe we should return to Nebraska, where the AG and the governor are working to make things better. My LEO sons are native Floridians. Maybe we're in the wrong place. We lived in Texas for a while. Maybe we need to head back there. Iowa okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weinmaster. Next, we have Julia Giesling, followed by Jeff Giesling. Welcome to the committee, Julia.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and committee members. My name is Julia Giesling, and I reside in Hutchinson. We are at a crossroads in our nation, and especially in our great state of Kansas. To put it bluntly, our rights and freedoms are being infringed upon. I am guilty of being complacent myself over the last 20 years, and I have been able to make my voice known and fight for freedom. I have been comfortable and unmoved by the things going on around me for so many years. The last 8 to 10 years have been like a train that was moving down the tracks as it was supposed to, and then somewhere along the way, things got out of control, and we are now on a runaway train and struggling to get it stopped. It is now or never, do or die for our state. The time is now to stand for the freedoms we claim we hold so dear to ourselves. The Bill of Rights for the state of Kansas clearly states that we have equal rights, that, quote, all men are possessed of equal and inalienable natural rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The definition of inalienable is as follows: not transferable to another or capable of being taken away or denied. The definition of liberty is followed. It is freedom from tyrannical government of control or freedom from control. The COVID mandates that the federal government is trying to implement are in direct opposition to our rights that are clearly stated in the Kansas Bill of Rights and the Constitution. We currently have a governor that is not holding fast to either the United States or the Kansas Constitution. She is playing right into the hands of this federal administration, not making decisions that her constituents most desire. She is beholden to us during her time as governor, and she is not fulfilling that duty. It is up to you, the Kansas State Legislature, to take control and fight against the tyranny that is before us. You are one of our last lines of defense. This is what we have elected you for. It is time to invoke the doctrine of the lesser magistrate. If you are unaware of what that is, I will give you a simple definition. The lesser magistrate declares that when a magistrate who is lower in authority than another high authority opposes or resists the unjust orders or laws of the higher authority, he is justified in doing so, and his actions are morally right, proper, and legitimate. The Magna Carta is an example of what can happen when this doctrine is invoked. One of the many ways that can come to mind that we can do, that you can do, is that of Article 5 of the United States Constitution. It is time to call for conventions of states. We need to rally with our neighbors and our fellow sovereign states to put a stop to the federal overreach that is occurring in far too many ways besides that of COVID. It is time to take our government back. And until that happens, you can call a special session to pass legislation that protects the citizens of our great state from the federal overreach of COVID mandates that would otherwise be nothing but detrimental to us. We are the last line of defense for future generations. This is our line in the sand, and if we allow it to get swept away and crossed, there is no stopping this runaway train bound for socialism, possibly communism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giesling. Next, we have Jeff Giesling, followed by Joshua Kelton. Welcome to the committee, Jeff.
Chairman Erickson and the committee members, my name is Jeff Giesling. I'm a Native American electrical lineman of 27 years and a proud IBEW 304 member. I am outraged with the so-called president of ours that thinks he can infringe on my constitutional rights as a free American and force the citizens the COVID-19 vaccine without even true and long-term effects, knowing what's going to happen. I have worked the whole pandemic as an essential worker, unvaccinated, even contracting COVID-19 myself November of 2020 and recovering. My question now is, why aren't we even talking about natural immunity? Is that even up for discussion? Instead of the vaccine is unproven truly to be unsafe and effective yet being pushed on the citizens of Kansas, and we have learned that the vaccine does not prevent from contracting COVID, but it may be reduce your symptoms and help you stay out of the hospital, but learning that isn't necessary. True either that we have been patients and have been in the ICU on ventilators that also has been vaccinated. It reminds me of a time earlier in the history of the 1930s when a man named Adolf Hitler came into power in Germany. We all know how that turned out. The current state of our country is reminding me of how things started there. If we aren't careful, we will end up like Nazi Germany and then wonder how we got there. Now it is time to take a stand and take our country back. With great power comes great responsibility. Do you know what else comes with great power? Ignorance, careless mistakes, and the ability to vastly underestimate the people you govern over. Joe Biden started out with his patience was wearing thin with the unvaccinated Americans. Well, the American people's patience is wearing thin with him with his tyrannical agenda and mandates. Governor Kelly will not stand up and fight for her state. So it's up to the Kansas legislature and the citizens to take up the fight. You are our elected officials that we are entrusted to make policy that is in the best interests of Kansas. Now it's time to rise, stand up together for one, and fight for our God-given freedoms. I am firmly against the government mandates for the COVID-19 vaccines. Thank you, and God bless. Let's go, Brandon.
Okay. Audience, please. Thank you, Mr. Kiesling. Next, we have Joshua Kelton, followed by Jay Adkin. Welcome to the committee, Joshua.
Thank you. Thank you for your time being here and listening to us all. It's been a pleasure. First time being able to share up in Topeka. I have been in the aircraft industry for 22 years, and I am speaking here as a father. I love working on aircraft, and it's provided for my family. I have 8 children, and the downturn in 2009 was very difficult for the aircraft industry. However, I was fortunate enough to keep my job through all the layoffs. I had a lot of coworkers who lost their jobs. And now, after 22 years, I'm incredulous that I could lose my job because of an executive order aimed at federal workers and federal contractors. This makes no sense to me. In all my 22 years working on aircraft, I have never worked on any military contracts or anything like that. It makes no sense at all. This is not the OSHA mandate that they are talking about. This is the federal mandate. They have applied this federal mandate to all of Textron employees, no matter what the job. This could almost mean somebody mowing the yard could be applicable under this if you use those rules. I was deeply disappointed at this one-size-fits-all COVID solution, and this is coming from the leader of the free world. How did we lose our freedoms and our ability to provide for our families so fast? I've applied for a religious exemption due to my beliefs. However, there's no guarantee it will be accepted, and we received a 3-page questionnaire that we had to fill out and many other things. Some people have interviews, and there is no rhyme. We didn't know how they were going to be judged. And I feel sorry for these other people that have spoken even today that cannot claim religious exemptions. I know of another worker who is young, and he just didn't feel like he could claim any religious exemptions. And then I've heard of other people that even though, at my company, that even though they're vaccinated, they're willing to give up their job because they don't feel that the government should have that information. And unfortunately, in this country, it seems like we have no hope. I had COVID last year and I did just fine. And natural immunity isn't even making its way into any of the discussions. And I asked how this could happen. And really, I just want to say, we just feel like we have no hope. There's no hope in the government, and there's really not much hope in what you can do to fight the federal government. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelton. Next, we have Jay Atkin, followed by Kinsey Davis. Welcome to the committee, Jay.
Thank you. I want you to hear something.
In America, the people govern, the people rule, and the people are sovereign.
This is a very important concept and the whole reason that we have the government that we have. You're tasked with protecting our natural rights, our unalienable rights. It is secured in a constitution, which Kansas became a member of the compact. Under that constitution, knowing full well the people are sovereign. This is a very important concept that we seem to have lost. This is an individual sovereignty. When King George signed the Treaty of Paris, he granted to the colonies nation-state status. By doing so, extrapolated sovereign status on the individual colonists. We are a nation of kings and queens. You've heard of the castle doctrine. There's a reason that's called the castle doctrine. We are instructing you to step between us and the federal government, which is wholly out of its box and out of control. And I'm talking put your boot on their neck. We're done being nice. Peoplesrights.org is a national move to reform the state militias at the neighborhood level. These people that are putting this together and the people that join are going to be backing our peace officers, coordinating with our sheriffs, and we guarantee we will have your back when you step up there and tell the feds to back off, because they'll come after you. They're going to hit you with income tax stuff. They're going to hit you every way they can think of. And if they try to set boots in our state, we'll make sure and stop them. Now, I've gone completely off script because many of my fellow citizens here have talked about things I had in my paperwork. October 20th, there's a group called Kansas for Health Freedom. They had a medical symposium in Kansas City. They had statisticians there. They had the America frontline doctor, Emmanuel, there. She does a teleconference thing that people can call and get the ivermectin and hydrochloroquine access for them. It's hard to get. We also had statisticians talking about the variants. Now, one of the significant ones on Highwire, Dale Bigtree was a guy, and I mean, he's very charismatic and he's very sensationalist, but he had the lead virologist and vaccinologist for the Gates Foundation who resigned when he started seeing what was happening in Africa. Now, This man sounded an alarm and asked for the WHO, to have an open, honest discussion 3 months ago about the variants and the vaccines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Atkin. Appreciate your testimony today. Next, we have Kinsey Davis, followed by Joanne Atchity. Welcome to the committee, Kinsey.
Thank you, committee members, for your time. My name's Kinsey. I live in Douglas County. I come here today speaking for many with a heavy heart. These last almost 2 years, watching our children suffer have been torture, from the seclusion to the masking, but mostly the fear. The fear that has been instilled because of these unlawful restrictions, the separations and the divisions that these mandates are creating are causing years of lifetime trauma. These children are going to miss out on huge, crucial pieces of their childhood experiences because of these mandates. I don't like to come to these meetings and talk about facts because in my experience, they're ignored, but I'm going to drop some real quick. Did you know that the number of pregnant women that have suffered miscarriages after this COVID gene therapy have increased by 483% in just 7 weeks? That's facts. Did you also know that according to the data gathered by the CDC in the US alone, over 818,000 adverse events, 17,000 deaths, 26,000 permanently disabled, and over 31,000 with severe allergic reactions? That's only accounting for 1%, so just think what the actual numbers are. Let me just tell you, what do these numbers have to be before we actually do something different? What do they have to be? What are you going to do when 5 to 11-year-olds start having heart attacks? I don't know. What's going to be your bottom line? Our freedoms have slowly been taken away, and not only are you allowing it to continue, but you're using it as a false sense of security for those that want to use the mask as real preventative measures. I'm not here to tell you what to do with yours. I'm okay with you doing what you'd like to do, but taking choice away is the problem. I've been called so many names over the last few years for not participating in the tyrannical ways. But for those that have called me selfish and uneducated, those that have called me a murderer for not masking my own children, I would like to say this. I am none of those things. I am just a very concerned mother. I'm afraid that what this road that we're going down, the lies and the deceit that's happening, I care a lot. We're on a downward spiral as a human race, and we, the people, are the ones that are risking our lives to provide truth for everyone else. I'm seeing a major shift, though. I feel like there's a huge shift going on, and we should come together in a healthier way that doesn't include forced anything. I believe that little by little, we can make a huge difference. And if you won't stand for us, we here will stand together. We'll stand for freedom, and we will protect the Constitution through massive noncompliance and civil disobedience. We will use our voices to continue to create change where choice and freedom rule over fear. I believe this government overreach is not only unconstitutional, but indeed crimes against humanity. Where there is risk, there should be choice, and where there is risk, there should be truth, and we are not getting truth, so there should be choice. Let me remind you, this building is full of loving, compassionate, freedom-fighting individuals, and what you may not realize is we are fighting for you, and we are fighting for your future. Don't you want to protect it too? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next, we have Joanne Atchity, followed by Devin Verana. Welcome to the committee, Joanne.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joanne Atchity. I reside in Shawnee. I am a living woman. I want to particularly thank each of you for your attention this afternoon, and especially to Representative Miller, who asked some very astute questions yesterday afternoon, making it clear that minds are being opened, new information which was previously unknown is being heard and assimilated, and for that I am truly grateful. I'm a reluctant activist. I'm a retired nurse, and I never saw myself being part of this movement. But early in the pandemic, I saw so much of it for what it was. Whatever else it was, it has been used as a mechanism of control. When I saw that we were supposed to wear masks, but it was perfectly fine if that was a bandana or a piece of t-shirt, I realized very quickly that this was not about health. This was about a symbol of compliance. Masking has long been understood to be a sign of slavery. When you are willing to obstruct your own airway because you're told to, when you're willing to put on a face covering and obscure your identity and surrender who you are no longer sovereign. Well, I am a sovereign living woman, and that mask was my red line. And so these mandates, as the President of the Senate said so eloquently, suggesting that we should submit to the penetration of the envelope, are so far beyond the pale. The second point I'd like to talk about is last spring, while we were still under the emergency order, I was at a political gathering where we were discussing why, when there was demonstrably no emergency, why were we still under an emergency order? And a member of the State House said, in my presence that day, if we let the emergency expire, we'll lose federal money that pays for lots of good things we couldn't afford otherwise. I looked them in the eye and said, wouldn't we call that fraud? The table got real quiet for a minute before someone changed the subject. The last thing I'd like to talk about is that a member of my family works for the federal government and is facing losing his job. He does not have to ask for a religious exemption. He simply must notify that he is exempt because he also is a sovereign living man. That is our God-given, inalienable right. Again, thank you each for your time and attention today and allowing us to speak. I am sovereign.
Thank you, Ms. Atchity. Next, we have Devin Verana, followed by Connie Newcomb. Welcome to the committee, Devin.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me bring my pillars of strength to be with you today. They're the reason why. There are 2 of my 5 reasons why. Today, I'd like to talk about a few things that I hope I speak so plainly that 2 10-year-olds can fully understand it. Number 1, let's talk about the golden rule. Treat others as you would like to be treated. That has seemed to go out the window over the last 2 years. This is not a policy issue, this is a people issue. So I'd like to read the names of a few people I've had the divine honor of praying with and crying with over the last few months as they're forced to lose their jobs, their 401ks, their pensions, and potentially their healths or livelihoods. Mel, Mandy, Nathan, Susan, Janelle, Colin, Cicely, Ava, Jim, Austin, Bailey, Trish, Taylor, Beth, Kara, Colby, Becca, and that's just the beginning. We all know somebody, so I challenge all of you to grab 5 to 10 friends the next time we get to do one of these meetings so that we don't just do this once, we do it again and again and again, as long as we have to do it until these kids get to grow up in a world that doesn't talk about the golden rule, but lives by it. Number 2, I would like to talk about attitude, because I heard, and I have heard, in places like Wichita, Kansas, where I'm from, when people, peaceful people, show up to peacefully protest, which is our human right, we show up and we are called things like unruly. We are unruly, we are unsettled, and we are extremely unhappy. And as to quote one of our family's favorite movies, attitude reflects leadership, or in this case, lack thereof. So I call on all of you to get courageous and remember that the opposite of courage is not cowardice, it is conformity. And we can't pass the buck because all around our nation, there are great states that are speaking out. There are governors and there are legislators that are brave enough to do the right and just thing. So we the people, we your people, are asking for action. Lastly, I would talk about ethics. I took an oath to do no harm. And yes, with my hands as a chiropractor, not to do any harm, but when I know a truth and I don't speak it, I am by default doing harm, because we've reached the point where silence becomes betrayal. When it comes to medical ethics, risk, benefits, options, and alternatives, wait for it. Best part, choice. If we do not have choice, we are not free people. If we do not have medical freedom, we are not free people. I will not teach my daughter and my sons that no means no only applies until the government says so or until their employer says so. And I'm going to ask everybody in this room to stop what you're doing and put your hands on your heart and close your eyes and go to the space where we can all meet, where we can meet in love, where we can meet in compassion, and think of Lady Justice as she holds those beautiful scales, and as they are tipping too far one way, it becomes each and every one of yours duty and obligation to level it out. As Eleanor Roosevelt says, justice cannot be one side alone, but must be for both. Wrong is wrong, even if everybody's doing it.
Thank you, Dr.
And
Beretta.
right is wrong. Right is right, even if no one is doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Connie Newcomb, followed by Brian Ardis.
Protect our freedom.
Welcome to the committee, Connie.
This fell off, so don't count my time yet. Thank you. My name is Connie Newcomb. I'm from Inman, Kansas. Recently, it came out in the news that certain onions were pulled because of contamination. A few months ago, Tyson pulled a specific lot of chickens which were processed in Missouri. 3 people were ill and no one died. 17,000 people have died from the COVID vaccine, and who is pulling it? Why are we not concerned about that? We're concerned about people being ill, but not about thousands of people dying. If truths were self-evident, no one would take a government jab produced by a corrupt criminals who have no liability. So you might say that people did die from COVID. Does that justify the risk of death for the living? The chance of a child being hospitalized from a COVID jab is 600 times greater than if they just had COVID. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, the doctor to presidents and inventor of the famous Zelenko Protocol, testified that giving this shot to children is simply child sacrifice. The FDA panel just this week stated that we don't know how many children get pericarditis until we do post-market tracking. So they are willing to risk healthy children having permanent heart damage and death. My question is, are you? What can you do about it? The KDHE has received an appropriation, a little cash cow, of $74 million as of April 9 of this year. This money will be used to continue the nonsense of testing, tracing, quarantining, setting up health clinics in school. Will it be used to persuade children to get a vaccine without parental consent? It is happening. Will it be used to train the Immunize Kansas Coalition in how to re-educate vaccine-hesitant parents? How will it be used to manipulate data and to keep the safe and effective mantra alive when indeed injury and death have captured so many? You can be sure it will be used to influence media, who are the co-captains of this train wreck. Will the legislature use their power to wrestle the KDHE into giving at least both sides of the argument? Will you, as a legislature, say to the KDHE, what is your threshold? Is it when 1 child dies? Is it when 10 children die? Is it when 50 children have injury? What is your threshold? Insist on that. Just because thousands of people died from COVID does not justify the killing of more through gene therapy. People are considered today as non-essential, just as businesses were a few months ago. Please use your influence, your voice, your power, your pro-life stance to stand for the individual's right to choose. And I implore you, Senator Masterson, to take strong leadership on this.
Thank you for your comments.
And let's get
Ms.
something
Newcomb.
done.
Next, we have Brian Ardis, followed by Beverly Hoskins. Welcome to the committee, Brian.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm Dr. Ardis. I am not from Kansas. I didn't elect any of you to your positions, but those that are behind me did. I just want to remind you that's who you are. I'm actually from Dallas, Texas, and I flew here just to spend 3 minutes with you. I hope you'll listen. I also understand, and maybe if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but I understand there's no medical or health professionals in this committee. So you're going to rely on us to actually educate you on something you possibly might be mandating on children and adults or on employers here of employees. First, you need to understand that under an emergency use authorization, there is a federal law. I've heard this term throughout these testimonies, emergency use authorization. Federal law, Title 21 USC 360 BBB. It states, under an emergency use authorization, you have to give the citizens the option to accept or refuse the administration of the product, which is what all three of these vaccines are. I have submitted to you my testimony. What is my largest concern? My largest concern is myocarditis. And if you don't know what that means by definition, myo means heart, myo means muscle, cardia means heart, itis means inflammation of. You have in my testimony, we are relying on you, who may not be medical or health professionals, to make decisions on behalf of our children. I have 5 of them. The FDA just said on October 26th of this week that they are extending the emergency use authorization to 5 to 11-year-old children. And they said they don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see. Does heart disease happen to these children called myocarditis? We're just going to have to wait and see. I have on my testimony, the CDC created a report. They evaluated 7 days post the second Pfizer shot for all teenagers in this report, from 12 all the way up to 65. What they expected to see, the CDC said, they expected in females for each teenage age group, they expected to see 0 to 3 myocarditis diagnosed in 7 days post the shot. What did they actually see for the females in that teenage age group? They saw 5 times that amount observed within 7 days. What did they observe for the boys? They saw 20 times what they expected to see. This is CDC data, August 18th, 2021. Does anyone sitting on this committee or in this room know what the mortality rate is for any individual in the world who gets myocarditis? For 2 years after being diagnosed with it. It's 20% fatal in 2 years. Do you know what it is for 5 years after myocarditis diagnosis? 50% mortality rate worldwide. And you're now going to give this to 5 to 11-year-old children. I just want you to understand there is a definition, and I cannot leave without this. I'm going to call on all district attorneys and the citizens in this state who actually voted you into your office. You now have data that this is deadly. Second-degree murder is listed. It's caused by offenders' reckless conduct.
Thank you, Dr. Ardis. Appreciate your testimony today. Next, we have Beverly Hoskins.
Protect the children.
Followed by Mary Girl. Welcome to the committee, Beverly.
Thank you, and thank you for listening. I'm Beverly Hoskins. I'm a pharmacist. My husband and I have owned our own pharmacy for 25 years, and we are recently retired. I am very concerned about the experimental vaccines and the lack of reporting of the possible side effects to the American public. The mRNA jab is a totally new technology. It has not had sufficient trials. Crossover double-blind studies require 5 to 7 years, yet it's being advertised in commercials on our television to young people as safe and effective. Slide number 16 of FDA's CBER report dated 10/22/2020 lists 22 possible adverse side effects to the vaccines, including blood clotting disorders, myocarditis, stroke, seizures, paralysis, and death. More shocking is CDC's report of the COVID vaccine safety in the 12 to 17-year-olds that Dr. Ardis just mentioned. Life-threatening myocarditis, there was over 350 cases of that. But 25% of these young people who reported adverse events through the V-Safe reported they were unable to perform daily activities 24 hours after the first or the second dose of the vaccine. The risk to this group for death is very small. Not to mention about 40% of all the young people have probably already had COVID and they don't know it because they were asymptomatic. There is no risk-benefit advantage in this group. In pharmacy, we talk about risk-benefit. Is it worth the risk? How much benefit are they going to get? There's nothing for this group. The vaccine does not prevent transmission. Vax contributes to the spread of more virulent SARS-CoV-2 forms, and the shots lead to the production of spike proteins. These proteins themselves can change the crossing of the blood-brain barrier, and it can also damage their lungs directly. So the FDA has approved this for 5 to 17-year-olds, and the public believes in the FDA and they think that means they're safe. I strongly object to vaccinations of young people, and I say these are not safe. I have 6 immediate family members who have survived COVID, including my 92-year-old father. I've shared my husband's testimony. He received help after he had COVID pneumonia diagnosed. He struggled for a week. It took me more time to get an ivermectin prescription prescribed from a doctor out of state because our doctors would not prescribe it. Within 24 hours of taking the ivermectin, he was rechecked by another physician who said his lungs were fine. I don't think you ever had COVID. Our doctor's office, their only plan was when he gets sicker, take him to the hospital. I wouldn't do that. If you can find a doctor to order ivermectin, many pharmacies are refusing to fill it because the INH has recommended against it. They changed their stand.
Thank you so much.
Now they
Thank
say
you,
they recommend
Ms.
against
Hoskins.
it, but they will let doctors order it.
Appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Mary Geralt, followed by Kristen Workman. Welcome to the committee, Mary.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Geralt. I'm here representing the Libertarian Party of Kansas in the 3rd District. And I wanted to say that it's essential that my right to mitigate risk is left up to me if I am the one to assume the consequences of that risk. Leaving it up to anyone else, especially the government or a corporation, is fraught with injustice. When it comes to vaccines, if the government or my employer or a vaccine manufacturer assures me that something I'm putting into my body is safe and even coerces me into using it, who assumes the risk if there is a problem? Both the government and vaccine manufacturers have legal immunity from lawsuits arising from vaccine complications, so injustice is already inherent in the process. But beyond the question of risk is a deeper question. What gives them the right to assume authority over the bodies of others? It is unclear to us on what premise President Joe Biden, the governor, or any governing body makes the assumption they have the authority to tell us what to do with or put inside our bodies. Is it the claim that by using force against me, an individual, they can improve the lot of society as a whole? Has that been proven? How can one governing entity assume they have all the correct answers, know the answers will not change, know better than me, and know their force upon us will not cause any problems greater than the one they are trying to solve? Are they comfortable with such a gamble? What I, the Libertarians of Kansas, and other reasonable citizens want to know is why aren't our legislature and other civic leaders putting compassion first? Why be so mean and heavy-handed? Why shove control down the throats of sovereign individuals as the primary solution to a perceived threat? The kind approach would be using encouragement and education instead of force to achieve a desired result. As we say, good ideas do not require force. And so if force is the only way to achieve one's end, then it is likely the wrong idea and one that will surely end in pain, death, and corruption for many, as we have already seen in the severe toll to mental health of those denied social interaction, loss of livelihood in those whose businesses were forced to close temporarily or permanently, physical safety for those in domestic violence environments, children with hampered development from the inability to see facial expressions, as well as creation of a general fear-based culture addicted to anxiety and completely dependent on top-down control for a sense of well-being. Is this the Kansas that our senators and representatives want for themselves and our citizens? I will leave you with this. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to COVID-19, and it's absolutely ridiculous to think so. As Thomas Sowell said, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geralt. Next, we have Kristen Workman, followed by Rick Strickland. Welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the chance to speak with you today, and I thank you for your attention. You have my testimony. I usually try to prepare my words a little bit better, but I've been fighting this fight on multiple fronts, and so this is kind of last minute for me. I'm going to try and wing it. My name is Kirsten Workman. I'm from Lansing, Kansas. I'm a registered nurse, a professional nurse educator, an almost 20-year Army spouse, and a mother of 3 school-aged children. How has my life been affected by COVID-19 mandates? How has it not? I live in a propaganda fog I drove by the local Humane Society the other day and read a sign that said, "None of us is safe until all of us are safe." And I thought, are they talking about rabies? No. They're talking about getting the COVID vaccine, and it's on my coffee cup when I go through the drive-thru and buy coffee in the morning. Wow, just wow. Although I have a documentation of natural immunity to COVID-19, I have to choose between weekly COVID testing or my job because I won't take the gene therapy that Pfizer, the CDC, and the WHO call a vaccine, which they changed the definition of in order to accommodate. In today's climate, having the option to choose between gene therapy or unwanted medical testing in order to work makes me lucky. Mandates have enabled my local elected officials to manipulate emergency powers or just plain break the law at every possible level because they either want to take my freedom or sell it to the federal government. Mandates have forced me to watch my daughter's self-esteem fold in on itself as she grew to feel more comfortable hiding her face in a mask than showing her beautiful smile to the world around her. Mandates kept me from my father's side as he passed away in a hospital this summer while I contemplated ways to smuggle my 8-year-old daughter inside in order to bring him one more visit with her before he died. Mandates have caused me to feel shame for my profession as a registered nurse. I've spent years, 2 years now, watching many of my professional colleagues parrot the narrative that we were taught better than to believe. Taking care of the sick and the vulnerable in a hospital sure is an easier job without all of that family getting in the way. Don't worry though, those family members will be just fine as I watch them on my way into the hospital, sleeping outside the empty ER waiting room on a filthy sidewalk, praying for their families. I currently teach nursing students, and on Monday I lectured on medication administration and their future responsibility. There's 6 rights of medication administration. The 7th is the right to refuse, and I felt like a hypocrite.
Thank you so much, Ms. Workman. Next, we have Rick Strickland, followed by Daniel Alec Zek. Welcome to the committee, Rick.
I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to speak. Really appreciate your time. And my name is Rick Strickland. I live in Olathe. Been a Kansas resident for 33 years, originally from Alabama, but I love it in Olathe. I do mission work in Africa, and I felt to come home. I'm here to pray for my nation, and I'm here to do whatever I can for what I'm seeing. I came back and found, and of course, traveling mandates going to make it difficult for me, but I have a son who recently working in Kansas City a couple of weeks ago doing remodeling, and the lady's husband died. And the reason the lady's husband died is because he had asthma and he was wearing a mask, and that complication led to his death. Now, probably none of us here has asthma, but that's showing me something is not right. That's not healthy. And that's not healthy going on our kids. They need to breathe. And their immunity system is so strong and the science is there, it's not really affecting them. And I'm here to say I'm a former math teacher, and I want to say we need to follow the science. We have real adults in this room, not ones that lie to us. And the science says this: 47 studies show that wearing a mask is ineffective. 32 studies show that it is harmful. We don't need to be putting that on our kids. The other thing is the mandate for the vaccine, and I'm going to say pseudo-vaccine because we know it's not really a vaccine. Now, their studies show, and I'll just quote Boris Johnson here, you probably heard it. He said the vaccine doesn't really protect you from catching the disease, and it doesn't protect you from passing it on. So now it's time to get your booster. Now, you know, I say I don't wear the mask because I have CS. CS is common sense. And what he's saying here, common sense says something's wrong. Now, please, what I see here in our nation is a breakdown of the federal government because they're lying to us, and I can prove it. Joe Biden, Fauci. Now, I think that's going to crumble, and we're looking to you, state and local. Please don't lie to us, and please let's follow the science. Bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Next, we have Daniel Alexek, followed by Christina Hobiger. Welcome to the committee, Daniel.
My name is Alex Zeck. I'm 29 years old. I'm a Kansas native. I'm a father, a husband, a West Point graduate, and an Army veteran. Most importantly, I'm a human being just like you. I'm asking you to open your heart as a human being and listen to what I have to say. According to the CDC's own data, 95% of COVID deaths had an average of 4 comorbidities, most being lifestyle or nutrition related. 78% of hospitalizations were in overweight or obese people. The largest risk factors for death, again according to the CDC, are obesity and fear/anxiety related disorders. Given the clear implications of this data straight from the CDC, why have our government health officials kept us in perpetual fear over the last 20 months? Why haven't our government officials and public health experts mentioned anything about mindfulness, lifestyle, and nutrition? A time-sensitive health emergency? No, it's been 20 months. Lack of funding? No. The federal government spent $10 billion with a B, billion dollars to increase confidence for vaccine and improve vaccine infrastructure. If this is about health, why aren't we educating and allocating resources and funding towards things that actually make us healthy? Also, given the implications of the data I shared from the CDC, why are we mandating an experimental product with no long-term safety data made by habitually criminal companies who aren't liable for injury or death when the product doesn't even stop transmission of disease or confer immunity to disease? In fact, a recent peer-reviewed study that looked at 68 countries in 2,947 U.S. counties found that there was, quote, no discernible relationship between percentage of population fully vaccinated and new COVID-19 cases. And in fact, the trend line suggests a marginally positive association such that countries with higher percentage of population fully vaccinated had higher COVID-19 cases per 1 million people. There are now over 800,000 reports filed to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, including over 17,000 deaths. We keep hearing that, quote, VAERS is unreliable because it's a passive reporting system and anyone can file a report. They leave out the necessary context that it's a federal offense to falsify a VAERS report. If VAERS is, quote, unreliable, and individual stories of vaccine injury are censored, silenced, deleted, and discredited, and they've unblinded the placebo group from the clinical trials so they can't track safety that way, how are the experts effectively tracking safety of these shots? I have one of the top health and fitness podcasts in the United States called Health Freedom for Humanity. We started a new podcast series called Voices of the Victims, where we have been interviewing people who were injured or know someone who was killed by the COVID shot. 2 of those people are now having to move out of their homes because they're unable to work since being injured, and they receive no compensation from the companies whose products they received. Meanwhile, a recent Forbes article highlighted that Pfizer is set to make $33.5 billion from vaccines in 2001. Pfizer paid the largest criminal fine in U.S. history with $2.3 billion for mispromoting medicines and paying kickback to compliant doctors. Pfizer has on multiple occasions lied, bribed doctors, mispromoted medicines, withheld data, knowingly caused harm, and used unwitting children in Africa as guinea pigs. Given all that I've shared, and this is just a fraction of what I could have, how is mandating this product as a condition to participate in society even on the table? Everyone has a right to choose what is best for their own health without coercion or force. The government doesn't grant us our freedom. The government serves us to ensure our freedom. We will be free either way. This is not a left versus right issue. This is a human rights issue. While what you're supporting is inhumane and absent of love, find that love and humanity within you, please. I know it's there, and I know you know deep down this is wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Zeck, and thank you for your service. Next, we have Christina Hobiger, followed by Aaron Swaffel. Welcome to the committee, Christina.
Thank you. I'm against government mandates of COVID-19 vaccines. Troy, our son, was vaccine injured at age 5 and was affected by vaccine-induced encephalitis in a life-changing way. We first noticed an issue the day after his MMR vaccination. He woke up in the morning with full-blown motor and vocal tics. His whole body would shake, and his processing speed went super slow. It would take us touching him on his shoulder and turning his head toward us and making sure he looked us in the eye to get him to respond to a question or remark. Our little boy was completely different after that moment. Our journey has taken us down a road that we never thought we would be on. The doctors and insurance companies refuse to acknowledge the injury, and us, like many parents with vaccine-injured children, throw ourselves into trying to get our child back. We were forced to search out doctors that would help us and pay out of pocket for that help. We have seen many doctors and have traveled across the country to go to clinics and have stayed for months at a time to heal our boy. We have paid over $500,000 out of pocket to see Troy return to almost normal 7 years later. In our fast-paced society, it is easiest to go with the flow. It is easiest to just trust what our doctors and the CDC or government tell us. We really should be able to do this, but we personally have learned the hard way that we can't. It is every person's responsibility and right to be able to look at the information that is before them and make a choice about what is right for them and their body. VAERS reporting for adverse reactions for the COVID-19 experimental vaccine have in a few months eclipsed over a decade's worth of all other vaccine injuries combined. I think that everyone in this room knows at least one COVID-19 vaccinated person that has had some sort of health issue that has cropped up since then. My mechanic now has uncontrollable tremors. A close family friend went into anaphylactic shock. My husband's aunt had a heart attack and died 4 days after the second dose. I could go on. Health side effects are only one side of the coin to this vaccine and the current mandates. There's also the fact that we live in a free country and we each should have freedom to choose what we do with our lives and how we live it. Those who choose not to vaccinate are truly not harming those who choose to vaccinate. Those who get this virus and its variants still have a 99.75% survival rate. Please do not mandate something that should be a personal choice. Please do not put my son and those susceptible to vaccine injury at greater risk. Please consider that healthy people that are being vaccinated are also being injured or dying, and please protect our freedoms, which will in turn protect the jobs of those who are contributing members of this great state of Kansas. For our state to thrive, we need to protect people's livelihoods across all sectors through protecting their freedom to choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albature. Next, we have Aaron Swafford, followed by Evan Smith. Welcome to the committee, Aaron.
Thank you. My name is Erin. I live in Johnson County, Kansas. I am a health professional, an employee of a local home health agency in Kansas, and I am the mother of a vaccine-injured child. I am against government and employer mandates for the COVID-19 vaccine. As a healthcare professional, I take great pride in my work, serving my patients and assisting them to optimize and return to health. I worked throughout the pandemic and was labeled as a hero, but now I may lose my job. I have also had the traumatizing experience of raising a vaccine-injured child. Vaccine injury is real. Unless you have lived it, you cannot even imagine the guilt and anguish associated with vaccine injury in kids. My son was constantly screaming and in pain for years. My son was not able to enjoy or fully participate in typical childhood activities and had much of his childhood stolen from him. He will never get that back. I was never compensated for his injury and spent tens and thousands of dollars to recover him. What else do you do when you're a mom and it's your son? I personally have health conditions, and I cannot feel safe receiving this new experimental COVID-19 vaccine. I do not support mandates, and I should not have to live in fear of losing my job or being forced to sacrifice my own health in order to continue my career in service to my community. The vaccine manufacturers hold no liability should I be injured. In addition, vaccine mandates are unconstitutional, and as a single mother, I should not have to choose to inject foreign substances into my body in order to be able to continue feeding my children. There are no long-term studies on the possible latent effects of these new vaccines, which are currently only approved for emergency use. For example, autoimmune dysregulation may gradually appear over the course of several years. Where there is risk, there must always be choice. It is not the government's responsibility to protect or dictate my personal health. It is my responsibility to optimize my health and that of my children. But it is the government's responsibility to protect my freedom. Let's think about it, to protect my freedom, not to grant it. That right has already been given to me under the U.S. Constitution, and I should not have to be standing up here asking permission to exercise rights that are already mine. Designate Kansas as a free state and watch our economy flourish as people flock here. I urge you to take action to ban vaccine mandates for kids, for employees, etc., and to protect Kansas and their rights to choose and thrive here in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wofford. Next, we have Evan Smith, followed by Michaela Peelan. Welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon. Actually, I'm Yvonne Smith.
My apologies.
Fair enough.
Yvonne.
I could retire on the number of mistakes. Thank you for taking the time for listening to me today and to everyone here and yesterday. I'm a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse for a long time, and as of October 8th, I'm no longer valued. I have been unemployed because I chose not to take an experimental pharmaceutical. For the last 18 months, I've served the front line, and I have done it very well. I've saved lives. I've pulled people out of cars that chose to overdose on heroin. I've given CPR on elderly people that clearly were morbidly obese and chose different avenues than I would, and they lived. But now, because I have chosen not to receive a vaccine, it doesn't matter. I gave over 8,000 vaccinations to those individuals that wanted them. I support that choice. I also saw multiple reactions. I saw anaphylactic reactions more than once. I saw shingles. I saw blood clots. I saw strokes. I saw postmenopausal bleeding. None of those things are ever normal. And there's a reason that the Moderna insert says intentionally blank, which incidentally, I brought one with me today, and I'm more than happy to share that with you. Okay? I also work with veterans, and last week I had the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. with 122 Vietnam veterans. I love working with the veterans, and I get the opportunity to tour around Arlington Cemetery, which I'm sure most of you have. It is overwhelming to see the number of grave markers, and I would ask all of you in front of me today, are those just decorations? Because in my mind, those are soldiers and individuals and people in this country that chose to fight for this country. Now, I may no longer be a frontline worker, but now you guys are. The first person I saw have an anaphylactic reaction within 7 minutes, I was performing interventions to save her life. I'm no longer able to do that, but you are. You are. My dad died of COVID-19 in August. I was unable to get him the treatments that he wanted. He ultimately died alone in the hospital. Today is his memorial service that I've chosen to forego to be here. Now, he doesn't have a voice, but I do. And you can be sure that you will hear from me again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. My condolences. Next, we have Michaela Peelan, followed by Wendy Hughes. Welcome to the committee. Is Michaela here? Welcome to the committee, Michaela.
Alrighty. Thank you, committee members, for your time. My name is Michaela Palin. I am a certified occupational therapy assistant. I currently work for a hospital for the next 2 weeks anyway. I'll be falling out of the COVID mandates that they are putting in place, but I also work for 2 nursing homes in northern Kansas in rural areas. And I think that we have so many more tools in our box than we are using, and we are trying to mandate one of those. I think we need to start advocating for natural immunities. I have 30 studies that I can share that show they're more robust, longer lasting, and more effective against the fight of the coronavirus and their variants in comparison to the vaccination. And I am also a self-testament to that. I caught the coronavirus at the end of November in 2020 while working in the COVID units. I was out for about 2.5 weeks, and I had about moderate symptoms. Back in July of this year, I got the coronavirus again, and I was asymptomatic. So I'm self-standing testament that there is natural immunity, it does exist, and it is effective. Next, I think that there are treatments that aren't being explored just because we are so focused on trying to mandate this one thing, and that is fluvoxamine, which is an antidepressant which is shown to decrease illness and death by 30%. And also, I know that many people have talked about monoclonal antibodies, but I can personally say that I've seen their effectiveness. Right now, in one of my nursing homes, there's an outbreak of the COVID-19, and when they are tested positive, they are immediately given this treatment, which has had very dramatic results into their recovery. We've had several people that are in very good recovery now, several that have been asymptomatic from this treatment, and also 2 that were fully vaccinated. Nursing said if they had not received this treatment, they would have passed away from the coronavirus. So my point is that we need to take all of our tools to fight this virus and not focus on one way to fight it in itself, because this will have a very damaging effect. And one of those that I think has not been raised is what this will do to nursing homes. Right now, the administration is trying to pressure the Center of Medicare and Medicaid to mandate the vaccines in nursing homes, or they will rescind funding if they maintain any unvaccinated workers. This will affect 80% of nursing homes, and I had 2 nursing homes that one wanted to fight it and the other one decided to mandate it regardless of what CMS decided. And what they found was that there was increased resignations, which would have caused the nursing home closure. This increased fear amongst the residents, and as a result can shut down a lot of nursing homes. And all I ask is that we fight for these people to be able to maintain their home and their health care. And as a healthcare worker, I just feel that I feel betrayed, because I have been in the trenches of both the COVID units and these nursing homes since the beginning of the pandemic. And all I ask is that you fight for us as we have fought for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Wendy Hughes, followed by Lynette Wishart. Welcome to the committee, Wendy.
Thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to come and speak today. In 1901, 4-H started in the nation. And with that, in Kansas, it started with a boys' corn club, and my great-great-uncle started that, and he asked my great-great-aunt and my great-grandmother to help him with the sewing club and the cooking club, and that was the start of 4-H in the state of Kansas. So with the mandate that's coming up, it's saying that as agents, if we do not get this vaccination, our 4-H program is going to be hindered tremendously, because I can tell you there are a lot of agents that refuse to get the vaccine. And it's not necessarily because they are afraid of the vaccine, but they don't feel that we should be forced to do anything to our bodies. Nobody should be able to tell us what to do with our own bodies. We teach our 4-H kids to stand up for what they believe in. We teach them to speak up, to speak out, and to do things that they believe in. And what kind of example are we going to give if we get the vaccine and we don't fight for our own freedoms and we don't fight for ourselves? My biggest fear right now is what is going to happen with that 4-H program, with the kids, with extension programming, with the force of us forcing us to get this vaccine. And most of us do not want to get it. Most people in the rural communities do not want to be forced to do anything with their bodies. I personally do not want to get it, not only because it's a mandate, but because I have health issues that I feel will interfere if I get the vaccination. And I did submit that in my letter. I also feel that we need to not be, I can't think of what I'm saying. Anyway, but I hope that you consider that. I hope that you consider the future of our youth in the state of Kansas, and that they see that we're standing up for them, not only for them, but for us too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Next, we have Lynette Wishart, followed by Rachel Price. Welcome to the committee, Lynette.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Thank you each for being here yourselves. My name's Lynette Wishart. I was born and raised here. I'm a hardworking single mom professional. I'm a mental health professional. And I see that we don't have mental health represented today, and I wish that I had given you testimony on that, because I definitely have a lot to say. I work with our military families. I lead a team of mental health professionals that work with children. I can attest to the mask damage. But I want to also let you know that I am a mom, and that is how I stand here today. I'm a single mom, and I'm looking at losing my house, my job that I've worked for years, been a decade in this program. Did you know that Kansas was first in the union to affirm fundamental protection of individual rights? Did you know that we have that history? In 1858, with the Leavenworth State Constitution, we gave the vote to all races, African Americans, Native Americans, and women. We did that. Our grandfathers did that. It was rejected by Congress, of course, but that's who we are. We are the free state. This was before the Civil War. I am here to ask you to do two things. First, ban mandates in a special session, all, mask and vaccine. If adults can be mandated, so can kids. We have already seen the formation of a parallel society where the unvaxxed are looking for ways to live free or move out of state. What is that going to do to our housing prices? What's that going to do to our tax base? We already know what these shots do. Look across the pond. I want to give you some statistics from the UK. In the 6 weeks that they've run out these shots to the kids, they've seen a 200% rise in deaths for male children, and the girls are dying too, okay? 82% of those dying of all ages are vaxxed, okay? Doesn't look good. These shots are dangerous. They should be stopped wholesale. God only knows if the kids that get them will ever be able to have kids themselves someday. To allow employers to require them is socioeconomic suicide for Kansas. We are seeing businesses face ruin, employees exiting in droves, shutting down services with essential workers, protesting in our streets by the thousands. Look at New York. Do we want thousands of our families protesting with hungry kids? Do we want to continue to allow pregnant women to be fired for rejecting an experimental jab? Because it's happening. What happens to the tax base? Do we want more desperate citizens and social unrest or less? Do we want our schools dispensing shots without parental permission? Is this the picture of Kansas you are serving to create? Because I can tell you, regardless of their stance, no Kansan wants that kind of state. The second thing I ask is this. Many citizens are terrified of their government today. I am one of them. We need to be safe from coercive measures. We immediately must amend Article 1, giving the Secretary of Health and Environmental Activities 65-129, this has already been stated today, which gives an unelected official the authority to forcibly take adults or children without seeking a warrant or due process, presenting evidence to a judge from their homes, placing them in isolation, quarantine camps, until they either submit to injections, medical treatment, or appointees decide they're no longer a risk to the public. What does that mean? I am scared to find out. As a mother, this law terrifies me. We have already seen the examples of bad government weaponized against the people. This law is like gun control. It keeps honest people honest. Where is the due process, the checks and balances? And no, seeking a hearing after the fact, it's not enough. This violates the Fourth Amendment. It's time for Kansas to be the free state again. Please mandate, please ban these mandates and mandate health freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wishart. Next, we have Rachel Price, followed by Christian Gish. Welcome to the committee, Rachel.
Thank you. Amen, sister. I'm with you. My name's Rachel Price. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas, and I am awed by the collective voice of my fellow Kansans, so well informed. The year 2020 and 2021 has caused us to do a lot of homework, and we have learned much. However, it seems that some of the legislators on this committee haven't done their homework, are living under a rock, or are willfully denying what most Americans now know. This virus has a 99% recovery rate for most people if treated early. There are effective treatments which are being withheld. Especially children are not a risk for this virus. Thousands of doctors and scientists are speaking out but are being silenced. A vaccine is designed to protect the recipient. So you think if someone wanted to protect himself, it would be his own decision. But here we are being mandated to receive a vaccine for a virus with a 99% recovery rate, and which does not prevent infection or transmission. Senator Petty yesterday said that vaccines work. A recent Lancet study reported that injected people are just as likely to spread the Delta variant to other household members as are those who haven't had the shots. And immunity waned in as little as 2 months. And that injected people are dangerous to other injected people. Vaccinated people are contracting COVID, are spreading COVID, are dying of COVID. The UK now reports that vaccinated make up 75% of COVID hospitalizations, and as this lady just said, over 80% of COVID deaths. The vaccine does not offer protection from COVID, but it actually can and does cause harm and death. The severely underreported VAERS system records over 17,000 deaths at this time, probably more. My cousin was one who had an anaphylactic reaction and died shortly after. It also reports over 800,000 adverse events, including myocarditis, which Dr. Ardis reported on. Did you also know that all the people who've been injured by the vaccine or who died cannot sue the manufacturer, not even for willful misconduct? The corrupt pharmaceutical companies have the blank check with these vaccines. No risk for them. The risk is entirely on the consumer. Senator Petty said that vaccines have to be a part of the solution, and this is true. Not because they work, but because they make big money, which is why the Kansas Board of Regents has to mandate this vaccine. As Blake Flanders said yesterday, they would lose contracts, and schools, counties, and states would lose big federal money. What do you want us to do, Representative Miller? Open your eyes, see where this leads. Recognize that America is at a point of no return unless we stand up. Fulfill your oath to uphold the Constitution, protect our freedoms, do not remove them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Next, we have Christian Gish, followed by Brian Ludick. Welcome to the committee, Christian.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, and to the members of the committee. My name is Christian Gish. I'm a proud American whose ancestry dates back to before the Revolution. I see our country going down a very bad road, a path that we must all stand together to stop. Our ancestors did not go through all the struggles and hardships to make America the greatest country in history, just to hand it over to a bunch of greedy, corrupt traitors. There are many red flags coming from the federal government. The lies, the deceit, the mandates, and much more. It is also obvious that Biden's mental health is deteriorating, which is a sign that he is not the one calling the shots. If he's not calling the shots, then who is? There's more going on behind the scenes. That is why we must stop the federal government's massive overreach against the American people. I'm here today to testify against the mandates that are not only unconstitutional, but are also in violation of international law. This information I'm about to tell you is suppressed by big tech, which throws up another very big red flag. On August 23rd, the FDA approved the vaccine Pfizer-BioNTech. Biden and his administration was quick to jump on this. On September 9th, Biden gave the speech about the vaccine mandates for companies with over 100 employees. He mentioned the FDA approval and says this isn't about freedom or personal choice. However, he left out some very important information left out to deceive the American people. On the CDC VAERS website, there are recorded to be over 15,000 deaths in America from the COVID-19 vaccines. Pfizer-BioNTech in the lead with the most deaths and injuries just because Biden said it was FDA approved, which I've come to find out was a lie. In order for the FDA to approve the vaccine by Pfizer and BioNTech, it has to go through experimental testing procedures, and it had to change its name. The FDA-approved vaccine is not called Pfizer-BioNTech, but it's called Comirnaty. Currently, there are no doses of Comirnaty in the United States of America. The vaccines in America today are still under emergency use authorization, vaccines that not only cause many deaths, but also have proven to be ineffective. The vaccine mandates are unconstitutional and illegal under the Nuremberg Codes, which is international law. Kansas must stand with our brother and sister states who are against the federal government's massive overreach. I believe everything that's going on today is more serious than you think. I believe our country is being led by criminals whose motives are unknown to the public, but their actions are still highly intended. We must stop this or we all will suffer the consequences of letting the corrupt have complete and utter power. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gish. Next, we have Brian Ludick, followed by Sheila Sonnenschein. Welcome to the committee, Brian.
These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the Sunshine Patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and the thanks of man and woman. Thomas Paine. My name is Brian Ludicky. Good afternoon. I live in Augusta, and I've worked for Textron Aviation for my entire professional career, 21 years. Every year I have a performance review. Based on performance, I was recently promoted to the highest grade of engineer. In 2017, I was awarded the Chairman's Award, a prestigious Textron Corporate Award. As a federal contractor, Textron Aviation is subject to vaccine mandates, something that I morally cannot do. All this to say that I, as a dedicated and rewarded Textron Aviation employee, am now facing termination for a now non-performance related issue after 21 years of being told that there's nothing more important than performance. I am the father of 8 young boys, ranging from 17 down to 2. My wife works at home, caring for our children's daily needs and educating them. My income has many who depend on it. It appears that my religious exemption to vaccinating will be granted, but it's obvious that persecution will not stop. The accommodations I've seen include 3 stipulations: masking, physical distancing, and daily self-screening. On the surface, these may sound innocuous until you read the details, particularly with regard to masking. I quote, "Effective December 8th, 2021, and for as long as you are unvaccinated, you are required to wear a mask consistently and correctly at all times when on company premises, whether indoors or outside, and even when you are able to physically distance at least 6 feet from other employees. When taking a break to eat and/or drink, you must always maintain a distance of at least 6 feet from others. These mask requirements will remain in effect even if the community transmission rate for your location has dropped below the level requiring maximum masking of fully vaccinated persons," end quote. To me, these requirements are representative and reminiscent of Nazi Germany and the mandate for Jews to identify themselves with an armband. It's obvious to me that COVID-19 mandates are creating a 2-tiered society. The enemy is using these mandates to destroy our families, our communities, our churches, our industries, and our America. And they must stop. Freedom must prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ludicky. Next, we have Sheila Sonnenschein, followed by Lucas Haig. Welcome to the committee, Sheila.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak to you today. I heard and understood what some folks said about wanting there to be not to be a vaccine or mask mandate. I understand for health reasons, for religious reasons, for reasons of conscience, that there be exemptions. At the same time, more than 740,000 people have died from this pandemic. It is not masks and vaccines that are the enemy. It is coronavirus, COVID-19. There is a Jewish value called pikuach nefesh, guarding the soul. We value life. Furthermore, it says in the Talmud, whoever destroys a soul, it is considered as if they destroyed the world. And whoever saves a life, it is as if they saved an entire world. The COVID vaccine saves lives. Wearing masks saves lives. My mother and sister have asthma. Wearing masks and getting the vaccine has saved their lives. The government has a responsibility to protect its citizens. We have traffic lights, where we must stop at a red light. We could choose to run the red light at our own risk of crashing, and we run the risk of killing someone else. There are laws against drunk driving. Yes, it's a personal choice whether or not one drinks, but the government has a responsibility to protect citizens who are not driving drunk. Healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers have put their lives in jeopardy. They are experiencing PTSD on the hospital floors, seeing patients die right in front of them. Beds are being taken by people who have not been vaccinated, from people who have other medical conditions needing hospitalization. The healthcare workers are overworked physically and emotionally because of people who do not want to get the vaccine. We wouldn't need a mandate if the majority of people were vaccinated. Excuse me. I have heard, I'm sorry, one second. I have heard people say that these vaccine and mask mandates are like the Nuremberg laws and the Holocaust. In fact, in the Topeka Capital Journal today, the headline is, "Legislator compares vaccine debate to Holocaust." I'm going to tell you, the gentleman who was right before me, I am offended. As a Jewish person, it offends me strong. I can't even say. It is so upsetting to hear people compare having a vaccine mandate and a mask mandate to the Holocaust. In the Holocaust, people were murdered. We are not being murdered for wearing a mask.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Sonnenschein. Appreciate you being here. Next, we have Lucas Haig, followed by Cammie Nelson. Lucas, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the committee. I know this has been a long afternoon for you. I'm here before you in opposition to COVID-19 vaccine mandates. I have proudly and faithfully served the state of Kansas as a staff and faculty member at Kansas State University for over 10 years. I'm an associate professor at the Research Extension Center at Colby and the interim head for the Research Extension Center at Tribune. During my service, I have delivered nearly 400 educational programs to over 17,000 farmers and industry personnel and thousands of one-on-one consultations. I take great pride and I take seriously extending the land grant mission to improving people's lives and livelihoods. It's hard for me to swallow that on December 9th, I can be thrown away like trash. I love my job. I'm near promotion to full professor. Many have asked me, why not just get the jab and move on? My family and I were confirmed COVID cases in September 2020 and have fully recovered. The peer-reviewed evidence on the efficacy of acquired immunity continues to mount, and you can see my attached citations. To say unvaccinated is one category of people without regard to acquired immunity from prior infection is intellectual dishonesty. When I consider my risk as a reasonably healthy 38-year-old who has recovered from COVID, the question of vaccination is not an obvious decision to me, and I object to being forced into it. If I wasn't a recovered patient with antibodies, I might view it differently. If I was 70 years old, I would view it differently. But I should be entitled to make my own risk-reward assessments for my individual circumstances, my health, and my body. To coerce me into a medical treatment that is unnecessary given my circumstances is morally and ethically wrong. Several points not in my written testimony. In yesterday's testimony from Dr. Flanders with KBOR, the impact on students, I believe, was downplayed. Please be aware that most graduate students are employees. I'm personally aware of multiple graduate students who are forced with the decision of getting the vaccination or finishing their degree with significant investments of time and money on their part. In addition, how many undergraduate students work a campus job to make ends meet? As it stands, they also are affected. I suspect it's a larger percentage of the student population than some would guess. Number two, Kansas State serves the state through extension offices in each of 105 counties and various research extension centers. The potential loss of employees is great and will impact the state's investment in these facilities. And the most important thing, time is of the essence. For employees who have ethical objections to the J&J, they have to decide this Wednesday whether to be vaccinated or be terminated. Action in January will be a nice exercise, but too late to matter. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I've told my administrators I believe in my work and I believe in the people I serve. I'm not going to slouch off. I will do my job to the best of my ability every day until I'm told I can no longer do so.
Thank you, Dr. Haig. Appreciate you being here. Next, we have Cammie Nelson, followed by Jennifer Goetz. Is Cammie here? Oh. Jennifer Goetz. Jennifer, welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Goetz. I'm a Topeka resident. I'm a mother. I'm an employee. I am against COVID-19 vaccine mandates. I have an 8-year-old son who I removed from public school last year. I decided I didn't want that to be his life or his reality, that every face around him is masked and everyone's 6 feet apart. And even when I drive by the school, sometimes the kids on the playground are wearing masks. I didn't want him to breathe in his waste air all day long. But we live a block from the school, so when it was time for the carnival, we decided to go. We went to the carnival. There isn't a mask anywhere. Parents, children, enjoying ourselves. No masks, but our kids have to have masks at school. Well, lo and behold, I won an item at the raffle room. So they called me, and I went to the school, unmasked, barefaced, standing in there, watching kids come in from recess, and I got the pleasure of watching a teacher berate a child who couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 for losing his mask on the playground. What we are doing to our children is criminal. And what we are about to do to our children, our 5 to 11-year-olds, is murder. As hard as this year has been, this year and a half, and as angry as my son is for missing 2nd grade and now 3rd grade, my decision is reinforced. I am resolute. He will not be a part of that. None of this makes any sense. Now my employer is supposed to be forced to dangle my job in front of my face like a carrot. That's not enough. There's nothing you can dangle in front of my face that will make me get that jab. Nothing. There are layers to this. From the drugs that work that we can't have, to the protocol in the hospital that is clearly killing people. Where do you go if you have COVID and you definitely want to die? You go to the hospital for sure and get on a ventilator. What's the rate? 80-some%? To the 700,000 deaths, or is it 6% of that? Is that what the CDC said? 6% of 700,000 is 42,000. But it's not complicated. It's simple. I get to choose what goes in my body. Not my employer, not my government, I do. I implore you to come together and do whatever we need to do to protect Kansans, to protect the individuals who are your constituents who elected you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Goetz. Appreciate that. Next, we have Chet Inglis, followed by Jerome Cofford. Welcome to the committee, Chet.
I'd like to thank all the committee members that are here and present, and I think that we're preaching to the choir here, and you've probably heard a lot of redundant material today. Mostly I want to thank we the people that are standing in this room, sticking up for all of us. This is where the authority is. It lies in we the people, not the people behind us. They're the elected officials. My name is Chet Inglis. I represent all firefighters in the state, first responders, paramedics, EMTs. I'm a 25-year paramedic and EMT and firefighter. One thing I remember about 2008 is Rahm Emanuel's expression, never waste a crisis, or never let a crisis go to waste, to be accurate. But I also remember Enron, I remember the housing short, I remember the bailouts, I remember the auto industry, the airline industry, and I see this as another power grab within our system. Society wants to label us selfish for not taking the vaccine, the jab, the mask, the lockdowns. Well, firefighters, we're trained to respond to emergencies and crisis with a calm, collected attitude. We're not responding with a knee-jerk reaction, and we have multiple days of training over one event just to get that down, so we know that when that call comes out, we can respond to it accurately. We have level-headed guys that face crisis every day, the tried and true traditions of training, gain of generational knowledge and experience to formulate timely and critical decisions. You're the people that we want there when you're having a very bad day, and we show up. We don't get emotional about your day. We stay inside our training. But I believe Kansas legislators had a knee-jerk reaction, and I think this is the worst legislature in Kansas history since the Civil War. Most egregiously, as a whole, you empowered school boards to manipulate and abuse our children, requiring them to wear masks hours on end, subjecting them to bacterial pneumonia. You locked our elderly in nursing homes. And we don't have time to talk about consent, but involuntary consent is what the state is pushing upon us. As a paramedic, we have to gain consent. We have to explain to people the risks and benefits of the treatment that we're about to give them. Involuntary consent is what the state is engaged in, which is against the desire of the patient. It's usually for the mentally ill, and it's usually accompanied by an officer to complete that treatment. We don't need you to justify our medical refusals or our religious refusals. The preamble of your own Constitution says that we have those rights. We, the people of Kansas, grateful to the Almighty God for our civil religious privileges in order to ensure full enjoyment of our rights as American citizens, do ordain the Constitution of the state of Kansas. And I encourage you to reread your Bill of Rights as they go on to explain those rights in full. Finally, I'd like to say there will be a reckoning for us. We know the facts, and we are filing with our own lawyers and our own Freedom of Information
Thank you so much,
request. Thank you
Mr.
very
Inglis.
much, and thank you to we the people.
Next, we have Jerome Crawford, followed by Marcy Laffin. Jerome, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, everyone. I applaud you for having this committee. You know, you hear a lot of grumblings out there that dog and pony show and all this and that, but time will tell what this was really all about. My name is Jerome Crawford. I'm currently a school board member for District 261. We have some very important decisions to be making, and I'm going to tell you right now, every decision that I make, I'm usually on that side of the table. I always consider, how will this affect the children, and how will this affect their health? On this, I can't give an answer one way or the other. And for that reason, I will never mandate vaccines for any of the children in 261. Now, I don't think, and I know how long these things last, I don't think you guys grasp the seriousness of this. So I would like to do a quick little exercise with you. I would like you to take your cups, put them in front of you, and put both hands on your cups. Okay, I see some are going to play along. We are watching. Now, I want you to close your eyes while I pour a liquid in your cup. The first question you're going to have is, what did you put in that cup? And I get to tell you, I don't have to tell you. The second thing is, I can tell you that some of the things that are in there could be baby parts. Go ahead and take a drink if you feel that's acceptable. Seeing none of you took a drink, I would then like to tell you that now I want you to pass a mandate that says no matter how that drink affects you, you can't do anything to me. Go ahead and take your drink. I see none of you took a drink. So thirdly, I'm going to tell you, if you don't take that drink by tomorrow, you will lose everything that you've worked for your entire life, your family, everything. You must take that drink for the good of all of us. Drink. I don't see you drinking. And lastly, for those of you that did not drink, I want you to put a mask on so that we can label you in society as a danger to the rest of us. And she doesn't want to compare this to the Holocaust. That's exactly how that started.
Thank you,
with the
Mr.
star they
Crawford.
wore.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are watching.
For the record, my cup has Diet Dr. Pepper. And I really, really need to drink it often, so. Next we have Marcy Laffin, followed by Megan Lubers. Welcome, Marcy.
Hi, guys. My name is Marcy Laffin. It looks like Laffin. I get that. I'm so thankful that you guys have brought this committee together, and we're really hoping and praying that you impress upon the other elected officials who are not here today, hopefully they're listening, just how serious we are about this. You've heard a lot of references to the VAERS. I printed it off. The Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System results. This is since January. I printed this off about Thursday. You see how huge this is? Okay. I made it through January. I can tell you I wept. I wept. You see all the yellow highlights? Every one of those is either the word died, expired, passed away, unresponsive. No matter how you wanted to label it, they came up with a way to say they died. Now, interestingly, some of the reporters in here made a point to say this was not related to the vaccine. Okay, can I tell you these are 500 pages or 250 front and back with anything between 11 and 21 entries per page. This first month, only 3 maybe per page, sometimes 100% of the page was death. Somebody called that in. These were entered by nursing homes. These were entered by medical staff. My background is nursing, by the way. I keep my license up, and there's no way in heck I'd work in the healthcare industry right now. I've been completely saddened, embarrassed, upset, as you've heard from other pharmacists, doctors, and nurses at this counter. This is not how we do healthcare. It's never been done. Never been done. There's early treatment. But I want to read, actually, before I go on to read, I'm going to use my time briefly, and then I'm going to, whatever time I have, I'm going to read from here so you can hear all these deaths. I wanted to address what the chamber said yesterday. They didn't want to be mandated to not be able to require mandates, and they didn't want to be mandated to require mandates. But here's the problem. SB 212 was about reining in their tyranny. Individual rights. They cannot cross that line. And so SB 212 would have reined them in from having a power they shouldn't have had. I want to speak on behalf of international students that we have done a lot of ministry with, also immigrants who have fought long and hard to come here. I literally spoke to a Congolese last night who was a student at WSU who is facing a mandate. He said, this is just like in Congo. Grasp that for a minute. I hear that from all of my international students. Okay, but let me jump to the other deaths. Oh, crud. Well, last period that gets to where it says fully vaccinated COVID death. Fully vaccinated COVID death. That's how the latest ones go.
Thank you so much for being here today. Next, we have Megan Lubers, followed by Leona Masters. Welcome to the committee, Megan.
Thank you. Attention, Ms. Chairman Erickson and committee members. My name is Megan Lubers, a devout Catholic wife, mother, and former ICU nurse. I stand in front of you on behalf of the Catholics, the moms, the nurses, and the children, and many more who listen to their conscience and follow God's law placed on their hearts. The Catholic Diocese of Wichita is one of 31 dioceses out of 195 dioceses and archdioceses that mandate the entire childhood vaccine schedule to their students and deny religious exemptions. My children have been denied their right to a Catholic education as laid out in Kansas law on religious exemption. I have watched as these mandates encroach now on the adult population and see the destruction it is causing as the religious exemptions are being denied in places of employment, access to health care, nursing homes, schools, concerts, travel, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Aborted fetal cells are not new to vaccine production. Currently, aborted fetal cells are used in the following vaccines: acute respiratory as adenovirus, chickenpox, COVID-19, Ebola, hepatitis A, B, measles, mumps, rubella, shingles, smallpox, and typhoid. Furthermore, the list of the morally corrupt vaccines is exponentially longer. While the Pope does not deny the validity of using vaccines as he is a fallible man, the Catholic Church does strenuously object to the way vaccines are made and the use of coercion in vaccinating the public. The problem with the Catholics taking aborted and morally tainted vaccines is that the Dignitas Persona calls us to actively protest against the vaccine. The path to hell is paved with good intentions, and the cardinals, bishops, and priests suggesting we should partake in these vaccines are cooperating with evil. Not one of them has asked you to fight against evil. Not one of them has asked us to rally against Big Pharma not to make a better product. Not one of them has shepherded us on how to end the use of aborted fetal cells in pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, agriculture, and yes, even food. Instead, they have all paved the way for the supply of the current aborted fetal cell lines to run dry and push ahead for the use of the new aborted fetal cell line produced in 2015 known as Walvax 2. 9 aborted fetuses were obtained through rigorous inclusion criteria and screening that included tracing their families back 3 generations, assessing that the parents' careers did not involve chemicals and radiation.
Thank you for your testimony and being here today.
I have 1 minute left.
Oh, she's got 1 minute.
Start the clock at 1 minute.
Okay, well, here's the problem. When you start her time at the 1 minute, is when you shift someone chairing this, we don't know the colors you've got there, Dylan, so.
Let me find my spot before
All
we
right,
start
find
that
your
clock.
spot and then start the 1 minute, please.
Got it. Their families back 3 generations, assessing that the parents' careers do not involve chemicals and radiation. The Walvax 2 cells have been praised for being far superior than the current aborted fetal cell lines used in production today. I assure you these are not illicit. Our faith demands that the conscience of the person be respected and not violated. The Congregation for Life says take recourse with urgent need. People in the field of healthcare need to be reminded to take responsibility today. It is greatly increased. Its deepest inspiration and strongest support lie in the intrinsic and undeniable ethical dimensions of the healthcare profession, creating pressure so that alternative vaccines are prepared. My recommendation, an amendment that simply makes it unlawful for an individual to have any adverse action take upon them for refusing to take a COVID-19 vaccine or morally unethical vaccine. The United States Supreme Court upheld mandatory vaccination policies imposed by state and local governments for the combat of smallpox, individual liberties more expansive than those of the conferred by the federal Constitution were allowed. Any attempt to compel or coerce an individual lawfully residing in the state into being vaccinated against COVID-19, contrary to individuals' preferences, inconsistent with the principles of informed consent. I ask you to please consider Texas's House bill that Brian Harrison is trying to pass.
Thank you for being here today. We appreciate that. Next, we have Leona Masters, and after that, Michelle Suter.
Good afternoon. Thank you for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. We really appreciate it. That shows the gravity of your input, and we're here to let you know our gravity. I am a wife, a mother, essential worker, and I'm a patriot. I'm a grandmother as well. I'm also the vice president of a local labor union, 839. Our people are now under a mandate that by December 8th, they have to have a vaccine. This vaccine is causing people to make decisions like myself, whether they want to keep their job or not. I have a special needs daughter who's 28 years old who was injured by vaccines. And now I have to make a decision to lose her insurance or not. One of my coworkers recently came down with COVID. He'd been vaccinated for well over 6 months, him and his wife both. For 7 days prior to him testing positive, he was running around our factory, exposing people to the COVID virus. I also am a survivor of COVID. I had it in August. I used the horse dewormer, but it was a prescription prescribed by a doctor. In 3 days, I was bouncing off the walls, ready to go back to work, but my doctor wouldn't even give me any medicine or anything to help me get better. When I called and said, what do I do? They said, nothing. That's irresponsible. We need help. We're about to be America the divided instead of the United States. We're about to be the divided states. This is dividing people that should be united. We should be united in the fact that we have a pro-choice. You should have a choice as to whether you put something that's experimental into your body or not. What is going to be the next course? Are we going to have, oh, because you're fat, you can't work here? Oh, because you have diabetes, you can't work here? Is it going to be because you, drink occasionally? What is the next thing that's going to take away our freedom? This is an attack on our freedom, guys. We need your help. We need you to get a special session in here and invite all of us back so everybody can hear this message. This is vastly important, and we need your help to help us, help everybody. This is really tough, and we want real numbers. We don't have real numbers. They are elevated. My husband's a paramedic. Do you know how many people went to a COVID ward that had COPD? Too many. We don't have real numbers, so this is an inflated COVID, in my opinion. We need to get the real story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Michelle Suter, followed by Marco Albert. Welcome to committee, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you for having all of us today. I just found this in the trash can in the bathroom. I don't want to ever see this again, okay? I don't want people to give up hope. I want them to have faith in our institutions, the real ones, and in their rights. All of the latest things, as other people have said, are under emergency authorization only. On the FDA website, you can read about it. The Secretary of Health and Human Services had to verify that all of this would be by choice. This is a pharmaceutical trial, period. I wanted my friend who does this work to come in with me today. She didn't want to. She got out of pharma. My brother-in-law got out of the FDA. It's entirely corrupt. I have some resources for you today. My information is not in my testimony. I will get all of the information on the committee. You do have my contact information if you want any of this. I want to help you write the laws that you have to write. I want you to help you retract and edit what needs to come out. My experience, basically, I'm from Johnson County. I'm a banking, business, and real estate attorney, turned constitutional specialist, turned please help me with these exemptions. Not my area. It's difficult for us to change gears in all of our various professions, but I'm doing it. Recent experience, school board, Southeast Kansas last year, rogue principal, rogue superintendent, sending little children home, ignoring the school board, going after a health person, public health, in multiple counties to write letters after the fact, completely against Kansas statutes, again, barring children from school. Exemptions from a religious, higher education, healthcare provider, teacher, not recognizing religious exemptions, not recognizing that this entire thing is a fraud. I do have a lot of experience in fraud. This is an entire fraud, economically, socially, medically, everything. I was personally present when I saw two elderly people who were turned away. They had heart issues. So we have awareness. We have the October 20, 2020, I'll send this to you. 32 specific things included in the FDA approval on the emergency approval thing, 32 specific things that they were looking for, that they expected from this drug trial. Number one was death. Nobody in this room would ever sign on and agree to take something that death was the number one side effect. It's all known. So in the legislation that you guys have before you, use your legislative research department. Talk to them. You need multiple definitions, not just vaccine. Vaccine, shot, implement, whatever, missed. You have to be broad. In your committee members, when you do your committee minutes, when you do your legislation, tell them what you're thinking. It's important when we go to court because the court's going to have all kinds of different variables on examining this, and they need to know what your intentions are. So please include that. Get your legislative research to do your search on your court review so you know what to plug in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Marco Albert, followed by Jennifer McCoy. Welcome to the committee, Marco.
Hey, good afternoon, Chairman Renee Erickson and committee members. My name is Marco Albert. I am a husband, a father of 3, a grandfather of 5, an Army veteran, and a Textron employee for the past 21 years. I currently live in Wichita, Kansas. I've always taken the path to do the right thing, just as if you're being watched, making yourself valuable to the company and treating your coworkers and customers as if you'd want to be treated. I have shared this philosophy with veterans and new workers alike. This philosophy has served me well throughout my life and in the Army. It has allowed me to survive several rounds of layoffs over the past 21 years. My tenure, I have received many accolades from customers and supervisors, was a finalist in the Chairman's Award for Innovation. Over 90% of my performance reviews have been exceeded expectations, and I have never had a bad review. But none of this means anything unless I get a substance injected into my body that I do not want. Let that sink in for a minute. I need to get something injected into my body in order for me to keep my job. Regardless of my past work experience, my work ethic, my job performance, regardless of my education or my attendance, I must get this injection to keep my job and to provide for my family. Imagine sitting on an airplane about to take off only to find out the person in control of this giant aluminum tube has the least amount of flight time and the least amount of experience. But don't worry, he's vaccinated. What do I tell my young employees? Your work value means nothing. Just as long as you take a vaccine, you can keep your job. What do I tell my kids? Regardless of education or disregard education, don't worry about being on time. You can even slack off at work. Just as long as you get the vaccine, you'll have a job. Someone please tell me how this even makes sense. Someone please tell me how being forced to take an injection equals freedom. Freedom to have a job, freedom to travel, freedom to go into buildings and attend outdoor events in some states. I am being forced to have a substance injected into my body so I can live freely in America. I'm a veteran of the Persian Gulf War. I was sent over there to free a country from a dictator who forced his will on another country. Not in a million years did I ever imagine that my own government would force her citizens to take an injection in order to maintain their way of life, to provide for their families, to move about freely, to visit their aging loved ones, to visit someone in the hospital. I hope there are CEOs of large businesses and small businesses willing to speak out against this. How is this good for business and international economy? Businesses can't hire the best, the brightest, the most talented, the person that is going to propel their company into the future. They must only hire those that have been vaccinated regardless. I recently applied for a religious accommodation requesting that I be allowed to continue to work and provide for my family without being forced into taking the vaccine. It is my desire, and I pray that if it is God's will, that I'll be able to continue my career at Textron. There's a big difference between trying to put on safety glasses or wearing safety gloves. You can take those off at the end of the day. You can't pull the vaccine out of your body at the end of the day. Once that bell is rung, it cannot be unrung. I took a day off of work for a job I may not get to have to ask one simple question. Do you believe in freedom? I do. I believe in it so much that I joined the Army to protect it. I traveled to a foreign land to fight for it, for a people that I did not know so they can have it. Please tell me how being forced by the government to take an injection that I do not want sounds anything like freedom. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak against the vaccine mandate.
Mr. Albert, thank you, and thank you for your service.
Welcome.
Next, we have Jennifer McCoy, followed by Rory Harms. Committee, the remaining conferees, testimony is not in your packet. That will be available by the end of the day on Monday. Jennifer McCoy. Rory Harms. Justin Spees. Justin, welcome to the committee.
Hi, my name is Dr. Justin Spees. I'm a professor by trade. It breaks my heart to sit here and listen to my brothers and sisters, my fellow American citizens talk about being treated like second-class citizens. And I'm right there with all of you. And I want everyone here and whoever's listening to know that I am not a second-class citizen. These people here are not second-class citizens. We are not second-class citizens. But we've allowed ourselves to be in kind of quite a bit of a mess right now. So we need to ask ourselves, what are we going to do about this? We need to recognize how serious this is. If we're being treated like second-class citizens right now, imagine when they get the vaccination rate up to 90%, and it's 90% versus 10%, and the 90% wants to get back to life, and they start blaming us, and they'll do anything to get back to life. So what are we going to do? Well, we need to stand up. We need to stand up. We need to bully these people out of our lives, because they are not just going to get up one day and say, okay, I'm done. They're not listening to us. This is not the time to talk. Last year when this came down was the time to talk, and nobody wanted to listen to me. I imagine a lot of us, as they threw us out of store after store after store like second-class citizens. The time to talk was last year. Well, lucky for you, I don't want to talk. I've been doing a protest against the mask mandate for kids in school in Lawrence at the county district school building at 110 McDonald Drive. I've been there every day since July. I guess it's going on almost 4 months. I've been joined by some very nice people, and we've been there every day. And a lot of people might not like what I have to offer for standing up to all this nonsense. It's not pretty, and it doesn't look good. It feels good. We got to bully them out of our lives. I know little old ladies that came out on the corner, nice as can be, 2 months later, are completely just tearing down grown men on the other side en masse. That's who we're up against. We're up against a bunch of weaklings, people who are soft. And Sherman Smith, the editor of the Kansas Reflector, go fuck yourself, little bitch.
Hey, whoa, sir, we will refrain.
Snarky motherfucker.
I want to remind everybody that we will be respectful in spite of our passionate views. We will not tolerate that type of language or behavior. Next, we have Hunter McKay, followed by Johnny Law. Hunter? Welcome to the committee, Hunter.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Hunter, and I will be presenting information, documents, I know I didn't give it to you guys, on why this is illegal. Oh, yeah. Is that better? Okay, great. Do I need to say that again? Okay.
If you would start over and start her time over, please. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to start with the military. So on August 24th, the ks.gov sent out a memo about mandating the vaccine, but only the FDA approved one. On September 14th, a memo was sent out by the Assistant Secretary of Defense. In this, it said that per FDA guidance, these two vaccines, the Pfizer and the Comirnaty, are interchangeable, and DoD healthcare providers should use the doses distributed under the EUA to administer the vaccination series as if the doses were the licensed vaccine. In this, it has a link at the bottom. It goes to a Q&A, and on the second page of the Q&A, the question is, how is Comirnaty and the Pfizer related? And this is where you get the verbiage that the dosage, to use them as if the doses were the licensed vaccine. In that same section, there's another link, and that goes to the Pfizer fact sheet. In this, nowhere does it state that. And on the first and second page, it also says that the Pfizer and the Comirnaty are legally distinct. And then on the 6th page, it also says that it is your choice to receive or not receive. I have printed off this NIH document. I was interested in knowing what the labeling looked like for the FDA-approved vaccine. And there is no FDA-approved vaccine here in the United States. They don't even have the label yet. All of these mandates for the military, for anyone that is mandating this vaccine, you're mandating an investigational drug because we don't even have the FDA-approved one. The only person in the United States that can mandate and do without informed consent is the president to military personnel when they're doing specific military operation, and that is 10 U.S. Code 1107. And I will provide this documentation to you. It also says that information per Army Regulation 40-562 and AFI 48-110. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McKay. Next, we have Johnny Law, followed by Joe Hernick. Johnny? Okay, do we have Joe? Are you Joe Hernick?
Yes.
Welcome to the committee, Joe.
Joe. Well, thank you, Madam Chairman and committeemen. We're in 1776, where King George was overreaching, and our founding fathers wanted their freedom, and they declared their independence. Here we are 245 years later, we're facing the same tyranny, but it's our own government and our health organizations. This has never been about anybody's health. This is about control and funneling money to the top for the evil. That's what it amounts to. If we only remember one thing, we should quit calling these experimental drugs vaccines. They do not meet the definition of a vaccine. These are experimental gene therapies. They're not approved by the FDA. They're emergency use authorization. That means they cannot, I'll repeat, cannot be mandated. What says so? The Nuremberg Code of 1947. Let me read the first sentence of the first code. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. Are we to believe that a 5 and 11-year-old can give voluntary consent? What are we talking about? Like I said, this has never been about anybody's health. It is about control. It's been about producing fear. They control the media. There's only 6 organizations in the United States that control 90% of the narrative. And I'm one of 22 million veterans, and we don't like what's going on. We want to respect that flag. We don't want it replaced by the Nazi swastika. I implore you to do your duty, because we have the Constitution of the United States, and if our government is corrupt, we have the authority as citizens, we the people can replace it. I'm asking you to step up and do your duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernick. We do have, due to an oversight, we do have someone who was signed up but was inadvertently left off the list. Dana Gable. Welcome to the committee.
To Chairman Erickson and committee members, thank you for having me here today. My name is Dana Gable, and I live in Hays, Kansas, and I'm here to speak against vaccine mandates. There is a time for everything and a season for everything under the heavens. Ecclesiastes 3:1-8. I'm the mother of 4, and I've worked as a social worker in the state of Kansas for 28 years. I have served this community and the state to the best of my ability. I do fear today I could lose my job just by speaking to you all. We have spent now close to 2 years living in fear, and I believe now is the time to live in faith. The act of mandating a vaccine against the will of the people is an act of fear and control. Where is our faith in our own immune systems? Why do people have to face losing their jobs and their health due to continued fear of COVID-19? What about all of those out there who have gotten COVID and acquired a natural immunity? I'm included. I had to take HCQ that I ordered from India, but I took it, and I'm here to tell you I survived COVID-19. My 23-year-old daughter is getting straight A's in nursing school and has been given a deadline for a vaccine mandate or she's kicked out, and she'll lose the time and the money invested in her current courses. She would like to have children someday. She recently miscarried a child. There have been no long-term studies of the effects of this vaccine on fertility. She's been forced to decide between her career and her future plans for a family. She has had deep anxiety about vaccine and believes it could be a detriment to her health. I have a 30-year-old son who's also been mandated to get the vaccine. He tried to put in a religious exemption, and he tried to get a medical exemption. He has a heart condition. And I know you guys have already heard all the VAERS reporting, but myocarditis is a huge problem and a huge concern for him. I just spoke to him last night. He has till the 14th, and he may have to succumb to the vaccine, and I just fear that I will have to be called to his bedside in a hospital. I also work in a hospital, and it's my job to help place elderly people after they've recovered from their acute illness. And my largest challenge in the western part of the state is finding a bed for them to go to. I can't tell you how difficult my job has become over the course of the last 2 years. And I'm telling you right now, the biggest concern I have is there will be no beds available for the sick if we can't get nursing home patients into the nursing homes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Gable. We appreciate you being here. We did have several who were signed up to testify who were not here when their name was called. We do want to give them a chance in case they have joined us to testify if they choose. Travis Spade, Erica Payne, Cammie Nelson. Oh, are you? I want to present a petition at the end. Cammie Nelson and Johnny Law. Okay. I'd like to thank everyone for being here, for sharing your stories, for addressing this committee today. We hear you. We work for you. I hope that you all have safe trips home. I'd like to also thank our staff, the legislative research, our revisor, Capitol Security, and our committee assistant, Connie, for all of their hard work. Thank you also to Jason Watkins for lunch today. Committee, our next meeting will be Tuesday, November the 9th. Details will follow. With that, we are adjourned.